So that's going to be the end of my talk. I did want to mention that a lot of the information that came out of this came from the CSMPA, the Canadian Sphagnum Peat Moss Association, and there's a big informational packet they handed out for this. I thought it would be inappropriate to print out like a half a tree's worth of paper and hand it out to you guys. So for a sustainability talk. So if you guys want that, you can come to me and I'll email it to you. Thank you guys for listening. I can take any questions now. Yes.
How do you control the weeds? You know, when they're sucking with the vacuum and picking everything up, does stuff fly in that you're getting?
So it's already so acidic, it's pretty hard for plants to propagate themselves. We have had to decommission bogs before because weeds have gotten into the bog. So we do periodic tests to make sure that the weed seed isn't in the bog. And it snows, so that's, you're putting ground cover down during the wintertime, basically. Anybody else? You ready, Steve?
You got it. Good.
Yeah.
Thanks. And just one real quick thing too. Marianne is sitting back at the table back there. So I'd like to talk to Marianne. I know she knows most of you. We sure appreciate her coming. Thanks, Marianne. So moving on to our next presenters, Gregorio and Carlos from the Minnesota Department of Ag. And we asked them to come here because throughout the season, we have a lot of people asking us about compliance. How do we be compliant? What do we have to do? And we don't have the answers. So we thought we'd finally have somebody come in and lay it all out for us and explain it to us. Gregorio,
Okay.
stage yours.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Gregorio Mendez Ortega. Carlos Sanchez Barahona here with me. We are with the Minnesota Department of Agriculture. I'm an inspector and the coordinator for the worker protection standard. That's federal law. Carlos is also an inspector and it is an advisor for the worker protection standard. So any questions that you might have or you want for us to answer, we're going to be here through the day. Just come talk to us. We're going to be on that corner. Speaking of that corner, right over there, we have some material. It's free to take. That is the worker protection standard is a federal law, so that will pertain to in any state. So we have the how to comply manual. That is a thick book. We have a shorter version. It's a handbook. We have also some DVDs for the pesticide safety training for the workers and handlers. We have some in English, some in Spanish. There are some information there, a fact sheet that it pertains only to Minnesota, to the Minnesota folks. That will be for the fumigation, part of some of the inspections that we conduct. So feel free to take them. That's also our business cards are there with that contact information. On your tables also, we print out the presentation for today. So you can follow along. If you have a question and a specific slide, just write it down there and we'll try to answer it at the end. For the sake of time, I'm going to try to go a little faster. I tend to talk a lot and just divert to other topics. So I will try to he's going to keep it on track. So moving on. And the topics for today, the main one is going to be the worker protection standard. regulation. The worker protection standard, actually the name is worker protection standard for agricultural pesticides. That's the whole name, so it pertains to agricultural pesticides. Then we're gonna talk, I use a little refreshing of the basic label interpretation because it pertains also to the worker protection standard and some of the inspections that we conduct. And then for the Minnesota folks, we have just a little information from the pesticide storage and also the fumigation part. Housekeeping a little bit. Minnesota Department of Agriculture, this is our mission. You can read it. But we are just responsible for protecting the food supply, responsible for protecting the environment, and responsible for also cultivating and protecting our agricultural industry in Minnesota. We have the authority, and I believe also the North Dakota part, the part of agriculture, they also have the authority to regulate the pesticides. When we talk of pesticides, it is a whole variety of products from herbicides, insecticides, fungicides, growth regulators, defoliants, desiccants, and also nitrogen stabilizers like NSER, Instinct. I don't know if some of you might use it or not. Our inspections are to check for compliance with state law and with federal law, and also compliance with the label. The label is the law. Remember that? For the pesticides and fertilizers, and when there is a mixed product that we don't feed, we check for both. Worker protection standard. Again, the worker protection standard is for agricultural pesticides that are used in agricultural settings in the production of agricultural plants. So it's very specific. Oh, let me go back to that one. Okay. So you can see the pesticide label, any pesticide that you're going to use in your establishment, it will have what is called the agricultural use requirements box. And in that box, you will find actually it is it's a statement, it is almost an order, that you have to use it according to the label and according to the worker protection standard regulations, which is the 40 CFR part 170. That is 170 from the 100s to the 600s. And there, when your pesticide label of the product that you're using, it has this box, you are right there, responsible to comply with the worker protection standard. Oops. The worker protection standard, well, we already mentioned it is the federal regulation. This started, was codified back in 1992. And it was, of course, approved by Congress. Everything has to be approved by Congress. And then it was revised in 1995. And in 2015, it had a whole revision, and everything was tweaked a little bit. That is the one that it is now in effect, the 2015 revision. So you will find out that most of all of the material that we have here refers to the 2015 revised worker protection standard. Everything that it was used before 2015, it is no longer in compliance. I was saying the pesticides applied when they are used in agricultural plant production. This can be either outdoor production or enclosed space production, greenhouses and so forth, wind tunnels, and requires the law to provide protections to your staff for agricultural workers and pesticide handlers from pesticide exposure at work, and it's acute exposure. So this is what the worker protection standard intention is to reduce the risk of injuries or illness of to agricultural workers, pesticide handlers, resulting from exposure, occupational exposure at work, very important, to pesticides that are used in the production and at the agricultural plant and agricultural establishments. Meaning so is based in three principles. One, informing your staff about pesticide exposure, and that's when the training comes into place. That's when the poster comes into place. That's when you're notifying your staff that you're going to apply pesticides. So you did apply pesticides if they were not there. The application record, the 30-day application record is called, also is part of this, informing your staff of that. Then the other principle, it is protecting your staff from exposure, protecting physical protection and some administrative rules. Physical protection, the PPE, right? You have the gloves, goggles, safety glasses, and so forth. The administrative, it is the REI, we'll get into that, restricted entry interval, in which nobody can go into that place for a specific period of time after the application happened. So that's keeping away the signs, warning signs. Everything has to be EPA approved before you can use it, which are already there in the market for you can get it from some places for free. So that is what the principles are. And the other one, of course, the last one is mitigating the effects in case that exposure happens. Meaning you have the contamination supplies, the water, salt, disposal of the towels. You have information of where to go to the nearest clinic in case that something like that happens. Because, you know, with the pesticide effects, the more that you let it go, the more that is going to go into the body. So we have to act, or they have to act as soon as possible. That is, those are the three principles with this. Now, I'm talking about the staff. Not all of the staff is considered a worker or a pesticide handler. So actually, who do they protect? The agricultural worker. That is, this is, remember, this is occupational. So it's any person that is employed, even self-employed. You're the owner, your immediate family, they work there. Also, they are considered, if they do worker tasks, considered worker as well. So that is employee in exchange of salary, wages, piece rate, any kind of monetary exchange. So that is so any of the volunteer. It is not required to be, well, hopefully you also consider to give them the protections, but that the law does not require for that for you to give them to them, to your customers. They come to to your place of business, that they are not also considered within the protections of the work protection standard. So some tasks for the workers, just you can differentiate. Well, your accountant, it doesn't go never to the field, to the greenhouse. Well, that is not considered a worker. But have any person that is harvesting, weeding, watering, carrying the close pesticide container that have not been opened, nursery stock, running, doing all that, those kind of manual labor task is considered a worker. Then the other group is the pesticide handler. The pesticide handler is not only the person that is applying the pesticide, okay? Because it goes from the beginning of the application, which is from carrying the open containers to the maybe repairing the application equipment if it is needed. So all that, everybody who is going to be in touch or possible in risk of exposure of pesticide because of the part of the work, that is considered a handler. Okay? So it's somebody who is mixing, loading, helping with the application, applying, disposing of the pesticide containers, triple rinse before, of course, handling the open container right here, cleaning, adjusting, handling, you can read, entering a pesticide treated area as part of the application, not after the application, as part of the application. Maybe it's at Cubicat. You need to remove the tarp. You do something to that. Maybe you need to go and check if it was evenly spread the application that you were applying. So that as part of the application. And crop advisors as well. There is one more group. That will be any other person that it is in your establishment during an application. That is, once the application happens, ended, that person or those people do not count anymore. What is the requirements for the worker protection standard for your workers? Well, you have to provide pesticide safety training. That is already, and any material that you're going to use for the pesticide safety training, it has to be EPA approved. That's what many of the videos are there already being developed. You can do it by the PowerPoint presentation if you want to. Some videos, and they are free of cost as well. You can have it, can get them online. We'll get all that information at the end when we're done with time. Okay. Now, who can provide the training? The training, very specific, only a qualified trainer, okay? Not anybody. So the qualified trainer, who is the qualified trainer? Well, a qualified trainer is somebody who has a license to apply pesticides, either commercial or non-commercial, or a private applicator that has a certification to apply, which you can use pesticides, or somebody who completed successfully train the trainer course online, that is offered online as well. There are several of them. But it has to be the qualified trainer. If it is a licensed applicator, it is qualified during the current license. If that license expires, no longer is qualified to provide the training. Same with the private applicator. The trainer person who was taking the course, then that never expires. Now, when do they need to be trained? The workers, we're talking about the workers, they need to be trained on pesticide safety. Remember giving the information on that before they go into an area that has already been treated with some pesticides. If you have not applied pesticides in your establishment at the beginning of the season or so, they don't need to be trained. They need to be trained before they go. You tell, okay, you need to go there and start working in that area, then training. Okay, so there is no period of grace period there. Is before that, whenever it happens. Some businesses, they have just gotten to the routine that at the beginning of the season, they just provide all the training that are required by law, including this one. Then, of course, I want to mention it, EPA approved, only EPA approved can be the materials can be used. It has to be the training has to be every 12 months to a person, every year. And it has to be delivered in a manner that the person can understand. That's what if you have workers that they speak other languages, then you can use an interpreter, or you can use some of the videos they are being created in other different languages as well. That when we have here in Spanish now, I know there are in other languages too. Now you need to document the training. Otherwise, the inspector is going to show up and say, okay, did you train it? Yes, I did. Okay, you got to see. So you have to document the training and keep those records for 24 months, 2 years, right? There's 24 months. So we can check back. Even you have not applied at the beginning of the season, we can check back. Because the previous seasons you have applied. So we check if you're in compliance with that. What is required? It is these regulations are very specific, very detail oriented. So what is required in those training records? You can get these forms for free at the EPA website. If you want to use this, you can create your own. But this is what you need to be in the record, and we will check for that. The printed name and signature of the worker. So it has to be the name and the worker has to sign. We talked to the EPA if the electronic signature will still suffice. They say no, it has to be at by the person that was trained needs to sign. So that's all those electronic the trainings that you might have, and there is electronic signature, it does not suffice for this regulation. The date of the training, name of the qualified trainer, how the trainer is qualified, the address of the employer, just you have a letterhead, use that one right there. You have all the information is required for the employer, and information of what material you use for the training. More with the information, that when the poster comes into place, you have to give them also the pesticide set information, basic information on how to what measures to take in order to prevent some exposure. And that's there are specific items. All of them are already included in those posters. We have some posters over there for free, where you need to put these posters for people to see or to reporters to see. Also is regulated. It has to be in a central location, right where most of all of your workers congregate at the beginning of the day, at lunch. You decide where they congregate, lunchroom, or what you're still using the punch clock or so. That's what you're gonna is required to have this deposit. Also, in the contamination station, that is permanent. You have a sink, water, and you have the workers that they can use that place, a bathroom, so they can go there and wash off. And that becomes the contamination station, and you have to have this information there as well. And if you have a mobile, the contamination station that you take to the field, that station is intended to be for the 11 workers or more, then you have to have one of these ones there. If it's 10 workers, then you don't have to have anything. What information you need to put in there? Well, you need to, besides all the one that is already printed there, you need the information about the nearest clinic in which people can go there in case there's an exposure or they can call. And also you need the information of the agency that is responsible for regulating the pesticides. In this case, of course, it's going to be at us, the Minnesota Department of Agriculture. NACORA will be the Department of Agriculture from here. There's another example, another poster. You can get it. So the information there, it has to be, of course, very specific. There are some items that the law requires to have in there, and it has to be presented in a manner that the worker can understand. This, I'm not trying to sell this, but this poster already include different ways to provide the message, different languages, and also pictorials. That's more effort than that. I guess can be done already different ways to provide information. You also need to keep record of your applications. You already do for your business, but there is a specific information that is required by law that you need to keep for the trainings. I mean, for the application record, and you have to display it for 20 days after the last REI expired. And that will be where you're going to display this at the same central location where you have your poster. Okay, it doesn't have to be the same right next to it, but it has to be in the same room, in the same area, and you have to let your workers and handlers know that that's what it's going to be. And the information that we have copies of this if you wanted these formats. There is not a specific format that is there that you have to comply with. You have to comply with the information. That's it. You can create your own. Then also you have to have there the safety data sheet of the pesticide products that you have used and that they are listed on that 30-day application record. So also they have to be there, and you have to display them. Some people use put them in a binder next to it, and then they're there for the if they need to be looked at. Then after the 30 days, when the last area expired, you need to know that the employer needs to keep this information for 24 months as well. You don't have to keep the physical copy. You have physical copy. You can keep electronic format is fine. Take a picture, or you have an Excel program. That's fine, but it has to be for 24 months, and the inspector will go and check on that as well.
Gregorio?
Yes.
And this is a question we get a lot. What do I have to keep? And he has really nice sheets back here on his table, so I'd encourage everybody at break to come and grab one of those.
Let me just a little bit. Everything has to be EPA approved. Carlos worked on creating that application sheet, and it has to be sent to EPA until they review it and they send it. Okay, you can use it. So that's something that we're going to put also on our website, so you can download it. You can take it from there. But there are some copies there. You want to grab some.
And most of the SDS sheets are available either. There's one clearinghouse for them all. I think it's CMDS.
Yep, CDMS. Yep.
Yeah, CDMS, and then otherwise, the OHP website will have it. You can find it out there. Download it, throw it in binder, and just have it.
Or the website of the registrant. The registrant is the owner of the product. Mm-hmm. 12 minutes. Should I get that? Sorry, speed up. There is a lot of information yet. So pesticide application this is what you need. It is also on the printout right there. So I'm not going to go through all of that because you already have it there. If you don't have a copy of that presentation, there are some laying around here that I know that, you can get it after. This is you have to give them the warnings to your workers after an application. This is the only approved warning sign that you can use. Okay. You have to give it this warning, or you can give it also oral warning. Some labels will say you have to give both, and then because the label says that is the law, so you have to use the sign, and you have to let them know oral. And then the application exclusion zone. This is a new regulation that was included in the 2015 revision. We'll talk about that a little bit. Revision to worker protection standard. Then early entry workers. I'm assuming not assume, but I'm sure that you already know what the early entry worker is. This is a worker that is going to go into a treated area before the area expires. But there are the specific instances in which that worker is permitted to go in. It's an emergency. It's not just because we have to get this ahead this work, and then okay, let's go in there. That is not permitted. That is against the law. And of course, every early entry worker, they has to be 18 years old at least. Application exclusion zone. This is what I was telling you about. This is new from 2015. Everybody could it is on this within this area, depending on the type of application and the size of the droplet. You should be asked to move up. Otherwise, you cannot apply until they move out of that area. Okay. And of course, that circle, that bubble moves with the application record. With the application. Once the application is done, that goes away. And the thing is, it crosses property lines. That is one of the things that you need to be aware of. And this is only, mostly applies with the outdoor applications. If you have a nursery or you have a tree farm or so, this might be for you to keep attention to. And of course, it becomes an issue when it's on the other side of your property and the people that are there don't want to move. You cannot apply until they move. Okay? And also, well, as it says there, the easements also are into the applicable for the application exclusion zone. The contamination supplies specific, you have to have there. This is during the period of time that you need to have in there. Water, at least, if you don't have a permanent decontamination station, then at least is 1 gallon per worker at the beginning of the workday, and then replenish as it goes. You need to have soap, and you need to have single-use towels. Usually, use the paper towels. What they will do. Don't use the dry water that they call. That is not compliant. Okay, that it will be actually detrimental for if you need to use it for try to wash off some pesticides. Remember, that will just break down the grease, and we have natural oils on our skin. We will break down the natural oil, and the pesticide will, if it's there, it's not going to be washed off. It's not actually going to. There is another barrier that it has been broken, and it will go in. So don't use those dried water that they call it. They have to keep it, of course, outside of the treated area or protected. I have seen that they have it covered within a plastic tote, all the supplies. That is fine. Is pesticide safety training for handlers. They have to provide the training. If the handler is not licensed or certified, then has to receive training, pesticide safety training, before any handler task is going to be performed. Remember, it is not only the application, 2 minutes, okay, fine, or 20. Okay, thanks. It's not only the application, but is we're talking for the handler, who is anybody who is going to be handling any pesticide a container or helping with the application as well. If the person is has a license, well, they don't need to receive any training. The pesticide law, and for Minnesota folks too as well, this is also not only for agricultural, now it's also a law that any pesticide, commercial pesticide applicator has to be at least 18 years old. Requirement for the PPE, of course, you have to provide, as employer, you have to provide the PPE to the handler, but also you gotta make sure, and sometimes it becomes an issue, I don't know why, in which the handler refuses or doesn't want to use any the pesticide for a reason, but they have to use the PPE that is provided to them. So examples of PPE, you can see it there. Respirators, that is a new provision that was included in the 2015 revision. So since then, now when the label of the pesticide that you use and requires a respirator, it will say there, use a respirator that is NP 95, 100% or so, then that handler, the one that is handling that pesticide, that product, must receive, before handling that product and before wearing the respirator, must receive medical evaluation and clearance. That's a questionnaire, basic questionnaire, which, of course, this is regulated by HIPAA. So you as employer, you cannot give it a questionnaire to them. Somebody else has to handle that. Okay. Then also they have to have a fit test by for the respirator that they're going to be using. If they change the respirator, there has to be a fit test again. And of course, some training on how to use it, put it on, put it off, on and off, and the respirator. And then you got to keep records of that. They do that. Okay? There are no exceptions. Anybody who is going to be used at a product with a respirator, it has to comply with it. Even the owners, the immediate family members, everybody. Okay, and of course, you gotta follow the application exclusion zone provisions. What you need for the handlers and the contamination supplies, again, water, soap, single-use to the towels, paper towels, a clean change of clothes. 5-minute suit will suffice, okay? Remember, they are handling what might be the pesticides that are concentrated, the concentrated one. So if they, for some reason they get some splash on or they need to change, they have right there the change of clothing. And if the label, that is where the label become important there, requires eyewear protection, then you have to have some eye flushing equipment there for them in case that is going to be necessary for them to wash it off. I flushed the eyes, okay? And also that are protected, all those products, either the room that it is next to the mix and loading, or there it is in a way that they are protected. And of course, they have to be easily accessible as well. This is for the applicator. This is for the applicator, not for all of the handlers, only the applicator. If the label requires eyewear protection, the applicator must have at least 1 pint of water or eye wash with him or her while they are applying in case that is needed. It has to be immediately available. Second, so this is just one example of the patch, and you can put that a water bottle will suffice. Okay, protected. You just get the cap and then the nipple up, and that will be at least 16 ounces. Okay, for emergency use. Pesticide label, quickly. Again, the pesticide is the law, right? Whatever it says on the pesticide is the law. What is a pesticide? And it has a label. Every product that is a pesticide or has claims of pesticide, it has to be EPA registered. So that is going to become very important that you find the EPA registration number of that particular product. Okay? And you will have all this information here. Remember, the label is the law. This is every pesticide that it is for use in the U.S. must be registered with with EPA. And then this is another registration as well. Probably the states also require to be registered with them as well. The labels, well, is going to give you, of course, the active ingredient or ingredients. There are several, and it's going to give you the information on other ingredients there. They are not inert ingredients. Some of them are the other ingredients might be also harmful. So that is where the SDS becomes important. The SDS will give you all the information that it is in that product. Keep in mind, also, this is sometimes gets a little confusing. Keep in mind that the label regulates only the active ingredient. They don't regulate any other ingredients, only the active ingredient or ingredients. That's what is being regulated by the label, okay? Sometimes you go and read a label that requires not a respirator, and then you look at the SDS and it requires a respirator. But that will be because of the other ingredients. Might be cancerous, might be might cause some other injuries. It has to be the label approved for the use that you are intended to use it. That is, so it is an agricultural pesticide. It's going to say there, I put the use box. You can use it indoors, outdoors, or only greenhouses. If you are going to use a product that it says for home use only, that is not in compliance. That is not you're breaking the law in that case. So you gotta be very careful when you're not using those pesticides. And of course, what is very important is the EPA registration number. You will find it. It will say something like that, EPA registration number, such and such, such and such. Sometimes there are 2 numbers, sometimes are 3. Minnesota specific. Small package storage. A small package, of course, defined. You can see there, right? It is at a container of less than 55 gallons or 99 pounds of dry weight. Everything below that, it is a small package pesticide. Storage requirements, according to the label, will tell you that they have the storage, but also you have the storage separate from seed, food, not pesticide. What is distance? We take a 1 pallet distance. Pesticide right here, 1 pallet distance, what is 4 feet? And then you have the seed right over here, okay? They no open drains in the place where you are storing the pesticide. If you have an open drain there, plug it, or you can provide secondary containment. Recommendations, solid surface, well, concrete, that will be good. Of course, these are your recommendations. A secure area, then nobody has access to that. Those pesticides there, fire extinguisher, and off the floor. Keep them on the floor, up and about. And some shelves. Minnesota specific also, chemigation. This is you chemigate, we refer to chemigation whether you fertigate using the fertilizer or actually use pesticides. Either for all is chemigation. Minnesota specific, if you are chemigating, you need a permit from MDA to apply that through the irrigation line, right? And you need also what is a backflow prevention device, anti-pollution device. Then it needs to be installed somewhere down the line before the chemigation system injects into the, or whatever system you're using injects into the line, right? There are only specific anti-pollution devices, backflow devices that you can use for chemigate. Something that is very worth noting is that if you're chemigating and you're using an air gap device, you have the tank, water tank here or so, and there is a air gap from the rim of the water tank to where the spigot comes in at the water. If you have an air gap there, then you don't need a permit. But you need to keep that air gap, and the air gap has to be twice the distance of the water pipe that is coming into to fill the tank. Some examples here. You can see the air gap. Well, this is not chemical, but you can see the air gap is right there. You can see, we have seen some that have dedicated water tanks. And they're using an air gap, but they are inside the tank. So we'll just ask them to move outside of the tank and leave the proper distance of the air gap. You don't need a permit to chemigate with that. Well, if you're at the backup sprayer, you can use a bucket dedicated to fill the sprayer. Or you can use the reduced pressure zone, which is this one. Or you have a PVB pressure vacuum breaker that is also I think, no, it is in the chemigation fact sheet over there. So those are the ones that you can use for the chemigation. This needs to be also inspected every year by a licensed plumber to inspect backflow prevention devices. This is Minnesota, okay? And you gotta keep records of that. Some infractions that we have seen for worker protection standard, and the trainer was not in compliance, was not proper. Some information was given, but not all of them. Or the trainer was not a qualified trainer. And those some comments, no compliance that we have found. Record keeping incomplete or not kept, missing the information, well, incomplete. PPE issues, missing, and not already in use, in good use, right, not being worn, in bad shape. It is inadequate. Remember, sometimes it requires a specific, go with the 40 chemical resistant gloves, 14 mil, that it will be the standard. Don't go lower than that. Also with the chemical resistant gloves, if they are lying inside, they are not in compliance. They have to, those are good for the anhydrous ammonia or so. Don't use those ones for the pesticide applications or handle pesticides. The contamination supplies, we find that some that maybe there is no water. Soap is one of those ones like that, or missing towels. Fumigation, no permits, or not bacterial prevention devices installed, or it is not maintained, meaning that they have not been inspected thoroughly every year. Work protection standard, this is our website, if you want to find it there. Little by little, we are going to get more information to you. Extension services have a lot of information, especially on respirators, and they also have all the resources that we cannot put on our website, but all the resources where to go to have the medical evaluation part. And they're having also the training on for respirators, train the trainer, fit test. There is one coming up on December 4th, but it's going to be in St. Paul campus. You can get all these materials that has been already EPA approved. You can get it out from this website, Pesticide Educational Resource Collaborative. Otherwise, we get the posters and they have to comply and so forth. Okay, and there's a library. You can go through and see what fits more to your needs. There's EPA also. You can get more information from there, and you can get posters from there as well. And this is the website. This is it. That's all what I have. If you have any questions? Yes.
One question I get a lot about the suits and all that is, do you have to force your employees to wear them, or does this have to be available?
No, they have to wear it.
So by law, they have to wear it.
That is correct.
There's a suit in the cabinet, you want to wear it.
Yeah, no, it is not an invitation to wear it. They have to wear it. Okay. Yeah. Whether you're gonna force them to wear it, we don't have a say on that. They have to wear it.
But they have to.
Yes.
As long as it's available, you're compliant. They have to
That
wear
is
it
correct.
if you want.
Question?
Yeah, so we had OSHA come out to our greenhouse,
Mhm.
and I had most of, the chemical stuff in order,
Mhm.
but they had me fill out a form that asked for my safety data sheet number instead of EPA registered number.
Great question. And we get that a lot. Okay, we're talking two different agencies and two different regulations.
And,
Yes.
and I didn't know, because I can easily find the EPA number
Mhm.
on the safety data sheet, but I couldn't find that number. So I didn't know what they meant by that.
Okay.
I don't know if I needed to contact them, but.
Yeah, probably, but we'll try to find the answer for you. Okay. I don't know the answer. That's a different agency. Yes, it is a whole different agency that the Department of Labor and this is CPA. And sometimes the requirements can be overlapped, but not all the requirements. Okay, we'll try to find that information for you. Any other questions? Sorry if I'm taking the more time that was allowed for me, but you have any other specific question pertaining to your establishment? You don't want to ask it right now. We're going to be here the rest of the day. So finance will give you more information.
Thanks, Gregorio.
Thank you.
There's a ton of good information in the back, so have break, go grab some of that, because it's all the posters, all the sheets, all the stuff that you guys sometimes ask for that we don't have is back here. So quick 10-minute break, 10, 15-minute break, and then we'll be back, and Scott Sterling is on deck.
This is on December 4th. Training.
Scott Stern from Dram is our next presenter, so we might as well give away a couple of Dram parts. Scott, you wouldn't mind come up and draw a couple names, and we'll give them out.
Must be present to win, right?
Must be present to win. We'll get Dawn this. Dawn Wanabo.
So what you're getting is my favorite shut-off valve. It's a 300 brass shut-off valve. Just so you know, we've had people complaining about, oh, it fell apart and the insides fell out. Guess what we do have? We have replacement parts for the insides of those. And, oh, my shut-off valve is leaking. It's not the problem with the shut-off valve, it's the problem with the washer. Change your washers often.
Yep.
Fair enough?
Yep. Next one more.
Oh,
so. Nancy. Yep, from Harmson. Yep.
it's a brass swivel. It goes on the end of your hose by your faucet. So nobody likes hoses that kink, right? All hoses will kink, including Dram hoses. But what that does is it allows the hose to rotate as you turn around. Every time you turn around with your hose, you put loops in the hose. That allows the hose to kind of swivel along with it, so it reduces the amount of kinking. Well, you want to do that one also?
Oh, sure. Explain what that is, Scott.
So this is going to be part of my presentation, but it's an L5 spray lance. So I won't spend a whole lot of time talking about it right now because I'm going to talk about it in my presentation. This is one of my favorite. Anybody in this room seen this before or have one of these? It's one of my favorite tools, and I don't know why all growers don't own one, except for the fact they don't know about it. L5 spray lance.
Luke Nygaard.
So Luke, we will get your head, stand still, easy. I'm going to send it to you. I'm going to have one of these with me, and I need it for my presentation today and tomorrow. So we'll send it to you, okay? Thank you. I appreciate the other presenters going early because I have a lot of words and I like to use most of them, okay? So I'll try to be cautious with my time and respectful of your time. You introduced me? Or
Yeah. You need one.
I didn't remember if you did or not.
No, I didn't. So Scott from Dram, I'm sure most of you know, Dram is our go-to for irrigation, sprayers, chemical application equipment, stuff like that. Scott's been with Dram for 5 years, but he's got 25 years of greenhouse production management experience, and he hails from Wichita, Kansas.
All right, thank you.
Take it away, Scott.
So I know I've met some of you before and seen some of you before, and you came back anyway, so thank you for that. I appreciate that. I am with Dram. Home for me is Wichita, Kansas, and when I'm not in Wichita, I'm at the North Pole getting ready for Christmas, okay? So I've got a list, and some of you need to check your list because it might be getting cold. Today we're going to talk about, so the title of my presentation, there's my contact information. If anybody needs to, they can, I'll have business cards available, or you reach out to your favorite Tessman rep and they can help you get in contact with me. We're going to talk about proper pesticide application and why size matters. When we talk about size, it includes things of, what is the size of the equipment you're going to use? What is the size of the space you're going to treat? And what is the droplet size of the particle you're going to be spraying? Before I get into all of this, I want to provide a disclaimer, okay? So we've got these guys over here that are the police, right? Worker protection guys. I will try to do my best to stay within compliance of what their requirements are. I will. I'm sorry?
Should we meet?
Yeah, well, maybe. I will also try to give advice that won't conflict or be in whatever your boss or your IPM manager tells you are your best practices. If I say something that goes against your boss and what their requirements are, my recommendation is don't do what Dram says, do what your boss says. I learned a long time ago, do what your boss says and life will be good, right? So again, if I give some advice that's contrary to your boss, or these guys, talk to them about it, all right? Or your boss. Let's get into it. So just a quick reminder of who DRAM is. We have been around for 80 years now. The DRAM breaker put us on the map. A lot of people have seen the 400 AL breaker. That's kind of our iconic breaker. And then over the years, we've added a lot of products to our magazine of sprayers, irrigation, that type stuff. And a lot of what we have are items that have come from growers' ideas. Why don't you do this to your sprayer? Why don't you make your sprayer do that? So feedback to us is really important. We are very grower-centric, if you will. Let me make sure I got this going. All right, sorry. So chemical application, we have over 40 different pieces of equipment that we can go to, including hydraulic sprayers, foggers, foamers, a lot of different things we can use, and we're going to go over all these as we go through it. We want you to be experts in the field, but when you don't know what to do, again, you've got people that there are resources you can contact, work from Texas Standard people, you can talk to DRAM. We like to help people out. We try to always be available, so if there are questions, concerns, reach out and let's help you out. The first thing that we want to do I'm not sure why I was doing that, I'm sorry. When we look at a sprayer, we want to talk about what is the crop you're going to treat. So are you spraying a vegetable plant? Are you spraying flowers? Are you spraying edibles, non-edibles? Make sure you understand what crop you're going to spray and what type of growth habit it might have, because there are different sprayers for different type of crops, right? Also, what is your target pest? Are you going to treat aphids? Are you going to treat whiteflies? What are you going to treat? Or do you have diseases? Or are you trying to treat all of those things at one time? Make sure you understand what is the target pest, so you choose the appropriate sprayer. We also look at what type of a grow space do you have. I assume most of the people in this room are greenhouse growers. We do work with people who have grow rooms now, right? So either produce growers, vegetable growers, leather growers, even the cannabis world, they have grow rooms. And so the type of equipment they might use may be very, very different than what you're going to use in a traditional greenhouse production space. So again, it's important that you understand the space that you're going to be treating before you go treat that space. We also want to consider the logistics of the space you're going to treat. Do I want to get in there? Do I want to be, they alluded earlier to using proper PPE. Do I want to be in the middle of all that active ingredient? I might change the type of pesticide application technologies I want to use based upon where I'm going to be and the logistics of that treatment. Also, how many spaces do I need to treat? Again, I might change the type of equipment I use based upon the type of greenhouse space I'm going to be treating. We also look at worker protection. Can I keep my workers out of that space as much as possible? And that's what we want to do. I mean, I came from a production background. I spent 25 plus years either as a grower type or managing growers or sprayer types. You know what my favorite thing to do is not go in the greenhouse and spray stuff, right? Who wants to do that? It's not a fun thing to do. Nobody wants to have to do that job. When I was a grower manager, we actually paid our sprayers extra for that activity. And so if you're a grower manager type, and if you've got greenhouse growers in the room, sorry if I'm making a suggestion you don't like, but we actually paid our employees additional like $5 an hour to go in when they were spraying. It can be a dangerous job. It's a job nobody wants to do, and we want to incentivize them to do a good job. Again, it's all about making sure that they're doing a proper job and doing it safely. Droplet size matters. Let's talk about droplet size. The human hair is about 100 micron. Okay, that's a very, very small size, right? So when we look at droplet size, I'm going to see if I can equate this to the windshield on your window. It was like a mist, or just a very mist is probably this way. Your whole windshield gets covered, but it's a very small amount of water that actually hits your window, right? Very, very small droplets. You might have to put the windshield wipers on, you might not. When it's a heavy rain, you've got large droplets that are hitting your windshield. That's how I would best equate droplet size to spray techniques. With foggers, we use that real small little droplet, like the mist that you hit your windshield, as opposed to a rainstorm. We got large droplets that come out of a hydraulic sprayer. With a very, very small droplet, we can cover a lot of space with a very small amount of pesticide. And we'll look at that as we go through different types of equipment. So we measure droplet size in micron. And this is one of those tricky things about spray application, because the work protection guys, they will talk about micron size and what type of respirator do you need to have, what type of exposure do you need to have, and there's this whole mysterious thing about air exchanges. You guys know about the air exchange thing? You have to turn the exhaust fan on, turn the fans on, and how many air exchanges there has to be. As a grower type, those things are on the label. And did anybody hear Gregorio say the label is the law? The label is the law, and you have to abide by the label. So it gets tricky when we talk about micron droplet sizes. It is important you understand those things. I will tell you, it's one of those things that's difficult to measure because we've had, it's a physical particle that's floating around, and how do you measure that thing? Fair enough, difficult to measure. So we use broad ranges. When we talk about micron droplet sizes that are larger than 100, that's typically going to have a hydraulic sprayer. When we talk about fog, which is directed fog, it's 50 microns or less. And we talk about fog that floats for an entire space, that's 10 microns. That's a very, very small droplet. We also look at mode of action when we're talking about spray application. Mode of action has to do with how does that chemical kill that insect. I've done this presentation with other people where there are actually chemical manufacturers in the room, and one of the comparisons that we use is, the DRAM makes guns. They make bullets. And so it's important that we have guns that match their bullets. And so I assure you, those chemical manufacturers are very, very particular about how their pesticides get used. They want them used properly. And what they don't want to hear, that fill in the blank pesticide doesn't work for me anymore. Doesn't work for me anymore. Are you sure that it's the pesticide that doesn't work? Because how many of you have that? It doesn't work for me anymore. Been there, done that. I didn't think it worked for me anymore when I used it. But maybe it wasn't the problem with the pesticide itself. Maybe it was how I was applying it. Or maybe it was the environment, or maybe it was the temperature, maybe it was all these different variables that come into play, and maybe I didn't understand the mode of action. If we're applying either a soap or an oil, those type of chemistries, those things have to completely cover over that insect. We want high volume. If you're not completely covered over that aphid or that whitefly or whatever it is, where it can't breathe anymore, if you're not doing a good job of covering it over, then you're not going to get the efficacy that you're looking for. Again, we have to consider mode of action. And MOA, or mode of action, is going to be on the label. It might be some kind of a number that is on the label, that then you have to go back to another chart. There are some things that are very, very consistent within labeling of chemical manufacturers. This one seems to be one that's not quite so consistent. Sometimes it's a name, sometimes it's a number, whatever. But you need to understand what is the mode of action to make sure that what you're using is going to control your insect. It could be a insect growth regulator. So make sure, again, mode of action is very, very important. There's several different ways that we can apply pesticides. We can use high volume sprayers like the Hydra, target low volume like a coal fogger, or we can use low volume, ultra low volume like these auto fog machines. Again, it's important that you understand how these things work and what the expectations are. Don't expect your machine to do something it's not designed to do. High volume hydraulic it's got a very high flow rate. Again, over in excess of 100 micron droplet size, right? And most of you are very, very familiar with this type of spray. This is what most of you are using, either some kind of a cart spray or some kind of, but you're out there with a gun and you're walking to the greenhouse and you're spraying things, you're getting things wet. This is very, very familiar to most of the people in this room. let's talk about how we're going to use things properly. So we've gone through the exercise of we know what crop we're going to treat. We know what we're going to spray, right? We've considered the target pest. We know what we're trying to kill. We have recognized the limitations of our equipment. Again, don't expect your sprayer, if you've got spider mites in your greenhouse, in your crop, and they've now formed webs, and Scott, I used your sprayer and it didn't kill them. You know what? You're expecting, a Chevy Cruze to go out on the drag strip and beat a Lamborghini. You're expecting your machine to do something it was not designed to do, okay? Don't expect the machine to do something it can't do. Don't blame the damn sprayer when you've got this terrible population that you can't get under control. Should have got it in front of it a long time ago. Don't expect that chemistry. Oh, that doesn't work for me anymore. I sprayed my spider mites and they didn't all die. Yeah, I know, because you had a crazy high population. You're going to require 2 or 3 or more applications of that chemistry to make it work properly. Again, make sure you have the proper expectations of both the chemistry and the machine you're going to use. We also need to make sure that we have read the label and we understand the mode of action, that we have the proper REI. I will tell you that DRAM works very, very closely with these type of government agencies, because what we don't want to have them do is put some sort of a regulation on our equipment that makes it so you can't use it anymore. Not that they would do that intentionally, but sometimes their wording may get tricky. And so we work very closely with state and federal agencies to make sure that our equipment remains relevant to this crowd. We also work with chemical manufacturers, the same thing. We want to make sure they don't put some silly little word in there that says, do not use this, whatever. We work very closely to make sure that our equipment stays relevant, and you need to make sure you pay attention to the words, because again, the letter is the law. Let's go spray something. When we are going to, again, these are DRAM recommendations, okay? And most of these, I don't know that these are going to be out of compliance with everybody else's recommendations. We want you to fill your tank. If you're going to use 40 gallons of liquid in your tank, put up to 30 gallons of water in the tank first. Well, first thing, make sure that your equipment works properly. There's nothing more frustrating than filling your tank full of water, filling your tank, you get your pesticide in there, then you go flip a switch and you realize the guy who used that electric sprayer yesterday, he ran over the cord with the forklift and cut the cord, and now it doesn't work, and now I can't spray. Now it's going to be tomorrow because I made this guy got the day off today. Nothing more frustrating than to have a piece of equipment that you're ready to go spray with and it not work. My recommendation is put a small amount of water in your machine, turn it on, make sure it's going to work properly. Don't get caught with a machine that doesn't work. And the other thing is maintain your equipment so it does work. Now we know we have a piece of equipment that it's going to work properly. We're going to spray 40 gallons of water, pesticide, put up to 30 gallons of water in the tank first, and then create a slurry in some kind of a bucket. So when I take your 4 ounces of Abbott or 4 ounces of whatever you're going to use, your 10 ounces, whatever, and mix it into a known volume of water, a gallon or 2 of water, and make a slurry like a very, very thick, like I'm going to say a thin pudding consistency, where you can pour it into your tank, and then you may have to use some water to rinse it out again. But the other thing I want you to have happening is if your machine does indeed have agitation, I want the machine running, and I want the agitator running as well. It's important that we get proper mixing within the water. What we don't want to have happen is that we have a high concentration of pesticide sink to the bottom of the tank. You pull the trigger, and the first thing you do is put twice the rate of that pesticide on the first 4 or 5 feet of the crop. Been there, done that. It's very frustrating, that you have burned a crop because you over applied it, because you didn't properly mix your pesticide in the water. The other thing I want you to do is make sure that you've got chemistries that are compatible with each other. We've all heard about these things, where you can do a compatibility, the jar test, if you will. Remember the jar test? You put a small amount of each one of these pesticides in a jar, shake it up, and see if it creates some sort of something falls out of solution or it flocculates or whatever. We don't want stuff that's not compatible in the same tank. The other thing that I want you to do is, if you are going to use multiple chemicals in a tank, mix the most difficult one to get into solution first. Like your wettable powders, those are typically difficult to get to dissolve. Mix that first, put it in the tank, and then go to the most easiest one last. So proper order is important. Let's talk about now we've got everything ready to go, right? We've got our machine working, we've got our pesticide in there, we know we know what the target is, we know what the insect is, we got our PPE on, all that kind of stuff. Let's go spray some stuff. When we are spraying, there's a couple of terms that we feel are very important to understand. Propulsion and diffusion. Let's see what those things mean. Propulsion is, I'm going to use this as a little bit of my demonstration stick. So this is my gun, and as the water comes out of my gun, we get what we call propulsion. That's the amount of liquid it has a lot of inertia. It will get it to the crop. The next thing that happens is what we call diffusion, where we want to target our pest, or the crop more specifically, is where propulsion turns into diffusion. Because what we're not doing, we're not going out, this is not a power washer. We're not going out there and power washing aphids off of our geraniums, right? That is not what we're doing. We're not going out there to drown stuff. You know, you do want to kill stuff, die. You know, that's not what we're doing. We are going out there with proper procedures, and we're not hosing them off. This is not a power washer. This is a spray gun. And so we want to target our spray so the propulsion turns into diffusion. And at that point, let's call it 15 feet from where we are, from the gun's point, okay? That's where we want you to target, okay? And we want you to maintain that target. Because what happens with all of that energy, all that inertia from the propulsion, and now it's turning into diffusion, it creates all this, movement of the droplets where they can lift up leaves, they can turn leaves, and it'll begin to roll into the crop. Otherwise, you're just blasting, and you're blasting right past your target. So again, we're going to target a spot that's 15 feet out. I'm going to show you a picture here in a minute that makes better sense. You also need to understand the type of gun that you have, or the piece of tool that you're going to use. So a spray gun, must be the guns you're using. You can probably spray from here to that black table with pretty good propulsion, which turns into diffusion. This spray lance, this does not do that, okay? I'm going to stop this for a second and talk about this tool, because I think you guys need to understand what this tool is capable of. So it's called an extension lance. So it extends out. I'm going to be careful on this, but the extension lance extends out, right? And so what this allows me to do, hanging baskets, I can spray from the top down, right? Or hanging baskets, I can reach out and spray from the bottom up. I don't have anything to show you how what the spray looks like. It's a very, very small droplet, and it causes a lot of this right here, this diffusion. And the target is going to be pretty close. You're going to be from here to that table right there. We're also going to talk about a minute for how we get things on the floor. I can walk along on the floor and get up under my crop. So many different things you can do with this spray lance. Here's where these guys are going to get nervous, okay? So this is what I'm going to tell you what I don't like about this spray lance. This is off, and this is off. So anything in between that is on. Well, what we need to do as a manufacturer is to create a shutoff that has a default off position. Right now, there is not. That's off. But if you're walking along and bump it, it's on, and it's spraying, okay? So these guys, that's a terrible idea. Well, we're not in compliance. We just don't like it, okay? We will change this, but it's not going to change anytime soon. We're working on some way to have a default off position. The other thing about that is you turn it on, and if you have this in an on position, and you turn on your sprayer, guess what it's doing? It's spraying right now. So make sure this is in an off position when you start your sprayer up. A couple of things to know about this is it does extend out. If you don't have this in the locked position, and you turn it on and put the pressure, this is going to shoot out, and you're going to crack this thing, and then you're going to call it Graham and order a new one, okay? The last thing I want to talk about is this spray ring. When you drop yours, you're going to break off one of these, and then you can order a new ring, okay? So everything on here is replaceable, and it is somewhat fragile, for lack of a better term. Otherwise, I love, love, love this tool, okay? Extension lens.
Can you just make it so that you can turn it into an extension for your gun?
So, yeah, the answer is yes. Well, so this works best on dram equipment, just so you know. It works on anybody's equipment. So this has a quick disconnect, okay? So you quick disconnect. If you can get your gun, and you can, take off this, and then you find the plumbing to go between your gun and this. So this does work with our hydrant, it works with the MSO, and also works with a backpack, okay? Just so you know, so yeah, the answer is yes. If you can find the plumbing to go between your gun or your machine and this, and you're good to go. The final piece of advice I will give you about this, so some of you are familiar with our backpack sprayer. This ring will fit right on the end of that lance that's on the backpack sprayer. So the third time you break this thing, this pole right here, call up Steve and say, hey, order me one of those rods for the backpack sprayer. I'm tired of breaking that thing because it works also. Then it won't extend out. It'll just be permanently about that long. So anyway, let's move on. Take home message. Y'all need one of these, okay? This is what we don't want to do when we're spraying. This is an improper technique for spraying. This is my spray gun now, okay? This is where this is my bed of petunias. And I'm going to start right here, and I start spraying back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Look familiar, right? This is what you guys have done in the past. This is not what we want to do. The problem with this technique right here is you're just blasting from the top down right onto these plants. You're not getting that. You're not getting that what we talked about before, that propulsion to diffusion action happen. Out there you are, because you're kind of going at an angle, and out there you've got that propulsion to diffusion happening. Right here, you're power washing. This is not what we want to do. So let's assume that again, this is my block of petunias. I'm going to step back here, and at the corner of this block, that's where I'm going to aim. That's about 12 feet away, and I'm going to target that spot right there. I'm going to walk back. I'm going to spray back and forth, just like this, because we're not going to paint it right down in front of us. We're going to use this. We're going to, again, point out at the 10, whatever your gun does, and we're going to maintain that same arc. We're going to go back and forth, or for those of you who walk forward when you spray, this action right here. But again, you're not doing this. You're going back and forth, and you maintain that same target. Make sense?
Hey Scott, is it obvious when you're spraying as you can see where that propulsion turns to diffusion so they know that distance? Or just
Did you have to ask that question? It's not exactly obvious, no. But I think I would say the majority of you know from what I've just talked about that you're doing it wrong when you're just blasting stuff. So, but I think if I had a sprayer, and I have demonstrated this, where you'll see where it begins to fall apart. And so what I don't want to do is I don't want to have it fall apart here completely, where there's nothing hitting that table. You'll see where that inertia begins to fall apart. So if just put some water in your tank and practice. There's nothing wrong, and tell your boss, you know what, I'm going to practice spraying today. Why are you going to practice? What do you mean practice spraying? Just go spray. No, I'm going to practice spraying. It's not a problem to practice spraying and learning how, because it's an art and science. Make sure you understand how to use your equipment. So I think if you spend enough time with your sprayer, you'll figure out where that propulsion and diffusion changes.
Is there a problem with doing the 4 corners? So if you already know you're doing it wrong.
Right.
So if you do all 4 corners of the plant, I mean,
how are you
going to take a ton of time? But
so are you suggesting that you go at that from 4 different angles?
Yeah.
My argument would be this: if you have proper spray equipment, that shouldn't be necessary. Okay? Because you're getting the droplet size small enough. And we're going to talk about so we'll get there in just a minute, but I don't think that is necessary. Personally, I don't think it's necessary. I will say this: when you're spraying your bed of petunias, I'm going to reach past that edge and hit that crop just a little bit, so I can get some of that from that side, because we all know the edge is the outside edge is the most difficult part to get coverage. So I'm going to reach past that one. I'm not doing this. I'm doing this, but I'm going to reach past. But I would argue that we're getting, if we're using the proper propulsion to diffusion ratio, if you will, we're getting lift up onto those leaves, and we're getting good coverage. I don't think it's necessary, personally. If you're the boss, then you do what you want to do. He's the boss, so do what he says, okay? The other thing that we can do is we can adjust our pressure. Higher pressure equates to smaller droplets. We think that for most pesticides, the appropriate level of pressure is about 500 psi. Again, depends on what you're trying to accomplish. But we think the best droplets are formed with a 500 psi sprayer. Very small droplets. We're talking again that 100, maybe even down to 60 micron droplet size drop is what we're looking for. How do I know if I'm getting good coverage? Thank you for asking. You can use this type of stuff. It's hydrosensitive paper. I don't know if anybody in there has ever used it before. I have. I used to use it with my growers. We still do this. So DRAM does, on-site training with spray technicians. And we'll go out there beforehand and we'll take this hydrosensitive paper. It almost looks like the yellow sticky cards that you're buying for insect monitoring, right? And so you go out there just before they go spray and don't tell them where you're going to put it, and you attach it to the bottom side leaf, top side leaf, whatever, and then you go ahead and have them spray. Then you go back and collect those things and show them, look, only half of this thing got blue. It turns blue when it gets wet. It doesn't take much. Or none of it got blue, or it all got blue, whatever. It's a great way either to test yourself or to test somebody else. Hydrosensitive paper, and this is something we have available. It's just a great way to measure success, or a great way to teach somebody how they should be spraying. DRAM believes the best technique, the best description of a proper spray pattern is spray to heavy glisten. Anybody heard of spray to runoff? Almost all of y'all have heard spray to runoff. That's the way I was trained. That's what we used to train back in the day. We don't think that's proper coverage anymore. And why is that? Well, so here's an example of a leaf, okay? This is my poinsettia leaf, okay? And I spray, this is what happens when you spray to runoff. I hit the leaf, and the extra material collects along the leaf margin, and then it all goes to the tip and drips off, right? Well, what happens is you over applied, and now I've got burn all along the leaf margin. Why are my New Guinea patients all burned? Why are the tips all burned? Why is fill in the blank plant burned along the leaf margin? Because you over applied that chemical and it dried along the leaf margin and it just cooked the leaf margin and the tip. That's what's happening. We feel like the best application is called spray to heavy glisten. I grew geraniums for a number of years for Ogilvy, and we bought Cyclocell by the truckload, it seemed like. Anyway, we use a lot, and that label will tell you spray to heavy glisten. For any of you who've grown geraniums and you spray the Cyclocell and you got that nice yellow ring around the leaf margin, oh, I got really good coverage. Yeah, you did. You actually over applied. That yellow ring around the leaf margin is not a requirement for good coverage. You actually over applied. We don't need to burn our leaves. What we want to do is spray to glisten, not spray to runoff. Well, how am I going to do that, Scott? How do I know what spray to heavy glisten looks like? Another way to describe it is spray to just short of runoff. That's probably another way to describe this, is spray to just short of runoff. Why, Scott, how are you going to do that? Well, you're actually going to start by spraying to runoff. Now you see it dripping, and it's all about changing your ground speed. Ground speed means how fast you're going to walk. So I'm over applying, so let's speed up a little bit, just to the point where you're no longer seeing drip. I want it to be right there. That is the best coverage. Because what we're not trying to do is just smother that, just get that leaf soaking wet. That's not what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to get that type of coverage. We've got a lot of very, very small droplets covering that leaf. Again, I think it's an appropriate thing to do to go out there and practice spraying. If you know, so we also adhere to the idea of, it used to be 1 gallon per 200 square feet was the rule of thumb. We think the better rate is 1 gallon per 300 square feet. So if you know that 300 square feet block and how long, and you can test yourself. But choose a 3,000 square foot area and put 10 gallons in there and figure out how long it takes you to walk through that space to apply that amount of chemical or water or whatever. Practice spraying, test yourself, time yourself. This is how we can improve our coverage and get good coverage to get good control. Now that we've got all this stuff done, we're done spraying, the other thing we need to do is make sure that we maintain our equipment. We get plenty of phone calls and say, hey, my sprayer doesn't work like it used to. Okay, when's the last time you changed your nozzle? When's the last time you changed O-rings? When's the last time you changed your filter? And did you know there was a filter in the gun itself? Because there are in coal foggers. When's the last time you went through and did proper maintenance on your equipment? Maintenance matters. Make sure that DRAM believes that your spray nozzles ought to be changed at least once a year, depending on what you spray. And that is very, very cheap investment for keeping your sprayer in top performing condition. Some of you may have talked to Dr. Phil on the phone before. This is Phil Kirchner, works in our office. If you ever had a DRAM problem with your sprayer, or a problem with your DRAM spray, you call our office, there's Phil. Always flush your machine. It goes back to these guys as well. They do not want you storing active ingredient in your machines. It needs to be flushed out. Flush it out. And also, in case anybody in this room has RO water in your facility, do not use RO water in your equipment. Anybody, you have RO water in their facility? We don't need to go into that. Let's talk about targeted low volume and what does this do? Targeted low volume is more like how am I doing time over there anyway?
Yeah, about 15.
All right,
Doc,
all right.
I got a question over here.
Yes.
What is RO water?
RO water means reverse osmosis water. And so there are facilities now, the cannabis world, the lettuce growers of the world, they have RO water on site. I'll just tell you. So RO water is when you strip down all of the chemical components. Think of almost like distilled water. But it's RO water, you strip down all the nutrients, there's nothing left in that water. The problem with that is nature likes to find balance. Nature does not like to be out of balance. So what happens with your RO water, put in your machine, and it doesn't like, not that it can think for itself, but it doesn't like the fact that you stripped all the nutrients out, all the minerals, all the stuff out. It's going to find minerals somewhere. And where is it going to find them? It's going to find them in the plumbing of your sprayer. It's going to find them in the brass. It's going to find them in whatever. And it's going to pull that stuff into the water. And now you're spraying tomatoes with brass. It won't happen today. It won't happen next, but over an accumulation of time, you'll strip you'll eat your sprayer from the inside out. So anyway, that's what RO water does. Do not use RO water. Targeted low volume, think of like coal foggers. It's a reduced rate of pesticide. We're keeping plants dry. And it's just a very quick way to apply pesticides. And again, in our opinion, that very, very small droplet. One of the challenges with thrips, you guys are familiar with thrips, right? You heard about them? And people who say, I don't have thrips, I say, then you don't have a scout for them. You don't get rid of all your thrips. It just doesn't happen. What you do is you keep that thrips population down to a very small minimum. But one of the things that low volume, ultra low volume allows you to do is get that chemistry down into the meristem where they like to hide out. It gets it into their hiding places because they will hide. They will hide from whatever, from sunshine, from I don't know where they're hiding from. They're hiding from people. I don't know what they're hiding from, but they hide in those tight folds of a plant. We get small droplets down in there where they're hiding, and we can control them. So targeted low volume is like it's directed fog because you're spraying it at things. You're a coal fogger. You're walking through and you're fogging things. You're not getting them wet. I don't know. Anybody in this room have a coal fogger? No. Okay. It's a very dry application. It's a very fast application. It's a way to control insects. Because the last thing, me as a petunia grower, right? What I hated to do as a grower, go in there at 8 o'clock at night in April and spray my petunias, lay them all down flat, and now they're soaking wet, and I hate to put my plants to bed wet. Just hate it. I want to put my plants to bed dry. How can I do that? Coal fogger. These are what the targeted low volume type machines look like. This is a coal fogger on your left and a turbo hybrid sprayer on the left, on the right. So this is for small spaces where I can just, retail growers, if you want to do some fogging, there's a great way to get into fogging with a turbo ULP. That's for larger growers with a coal fog. Again, a very fast, efficient way to treat your greenhouse. Ultra low volume, so back when I was a grower, I had all the Graham toys. I had a coal fogger. I had an auto fog. I had a pulse fog. We'll look at a pulse fog in a minute. I had all the Graham toys. I drank the Graham Kool-Aid a long time ago, and I'm still drinking it, and I like how it tastes, okay? So anyway, I've used all this stuff. I was very familiar with it. And so for me to say, yes, the Graham is very, very easy because I believe in their stuff. Ultra low volume. Anybody have an auto fog in this room? Auto fog, I had an auto fog machine. Love, love, love the auto fog machine. What do I like so much about the auto fog machine? It's working and I'm not. That's what I like about the auto fog machine. You put this machine in that space, turn on the timer and go home. So we have no exposure. There's nobody in there worrying about PPE. There's nobody in there worrying about, contamination. It's a great tool for treating your space while you're at home doing what you enjoy doing. Who wants to go spray? Nobody. Another way that we can treat it with fog. This is a pulse fog machine. Anybody have a pulse fog machine in this room? Yeah. These things are intimidating. They look like a war machine, right? They're very loud. They look like nothing you've ever seen. They look like a potato launcher. Fill in the blank. They're intimidating. They look like a bazooka or something. Very loud, very effective. Again, they can be intimidating because of all the things you have to go through to get them running, but we can teach you and train you. Here's what I like. Here's what I like about a pulse fog machine. Those auto fog machines that we talked about, and I'll show you in a picture in a minute. But those can treat one space per night. This one, so if I've got multiple hoop houses and I want to fog them and I don't want to drag a hose in there, 20 minutes with a sprayer, 20 minutes with a sprayer, 20 minutes with a sprayer, 20 minutes with a sprayer. 2 hours later, I'm finally done spraying. With a pulse fog, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, and 40 minutes at most. If you just are playing around, you're done and out of there. And you've treated that space and you treated it well. That's what I like about pulse fog. Very fast, very effective, intimidating. This is the auto fog machine. This is one of our most popular ads. This ran in magazines years ago, and it says, how do you want to spend your time? You want to be in the greenhouse, or you want to be out here hiking alongside of the stream somewhere? This is what I want to do. I want to go spray, said nobody ever, right? This is a pulse fog machine. Again, we talked about how fast and safe and effective it is. I can treat 9 greenhouses, and I can treat 27,000 square feet in 20 minutes. Very fast, very effective. The other thing we talk about with fogging is can help to talk about Graham horizontal airflow fans, because one of the things we want to do when we do fog is get that fog to move through the canopy of the plant. We brought these into the market just for that very purpose, because we want to move fog into the canopy of the plant. So if you are fogging, or you think about fogging, if you don't have any fans at all, you need to get somebody's fans. We want you to have Graham fans. You need to have horizontal airflow fans to get proper coverage. And then the backpack sprayer is like the last piece of technology that we look at, because it's very simple and it's very effective. Graham has one that's battery powered. It's very comfortable. I don't know if anybody in this room has ever used one. I've used a lot of backpack sprayers. I have one for my personal use at home. If you've got to be the person that's got to put a backpack sprayer on, you're going to want one that's going to be comfortable, that's easy to use. It's adjustable up to 150 psi. It's just a great tool. And I don't know if you don't. I don't know how you're controlling insects if you don't have some kind of equipment. You've got to have something, right? So if you have nothing now, start with a backpack sprayer. Yeah. And if you recall, this thing is compatible with the backpack sprayer, and it's a good tool. 4-gallon capacity. If you have any questions or you need further information about DRAM, this is our website, and I find myself apologizing often about the DRAM website. It is not very intuitive. It's not very user-friendly. Matter of fact, it's challenging. I know how to navigate around because I use it a lot. We do have an upgrade coming, not soon enough, but anyway, that's what our website looks like. Go there for more information or talk to your Tessman rep. Any other questions that you have for me at this point in time, I'd be happy to answer them. Steve.
I get the question a lot, and there are falsified people out there that we work with that, you know, how do I read the label to know if I can run it through my pulse fog?
Oh, yeah, good. So this is an interesting discussion. Pulse fog or any low volume equipment. So there are several things that we look at with a label. They're not listening, so we'll be fine. The label, there's two things. We're probably not going to use oils and soap through fogging equipment for a couple of reasons. Part of it is the mode of action. Typically, oils and soaps are suffocants, and you are not going to completely cover over an aphid or a whitefly with a fogging. You're going to get 15 or 20 points of contact with a very high concentrated solution on that thing, and it will die of contact. So contact kill only is the first thing you're going to look at with fogging type equipment. The second thing you're going to look at is, does the label say, do not use this chemistry in low volume or ultra low volume equipment? If it says that on the label, label's a law. If it says, do not use this chemical in this type of equipment, then you cannot, by the label of the law. The letter of the law. Here's an interesting caveat though. It doesn't have to give permission. It does not, because we've had, hey, I can't find the label rate for fill in the blank pesticide for my fogging equipment. Okay, I'll give you a conversion chart. We've got them available. There's actually one in your manual. But anyway, I'll help you understand that conversion. But it does not have to give a rate. It doesn't even have to say can be used in. It does not have to give permission. It just cannot say do not use in. Again, we've had people, I can't find the rate. I'll help you. It doesn't say I can. It doesn't have to say you can. It just, it's your mom. Do not do, right? So that's the answer to that question. That's it. I appreciate your time and attention. And if any questions or concerns later, come and see me in person.
Scott. I think it's time to eat. Lunch is outside, and then we'll reconvene at 12:45. Oh, it's not quite ready. Let's get some stuff away.
Yeah, he did. He turned it back on. Steve, can you turn the heat back up?
Yep. I didn't know it worked that good.
It works really good.
I know. I saw everybody buttoning up. I'm like, it was 69. And
I know, but it's blowing like right above.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's like people.
All right, I think we'll get started. Everybody hear me? All right, everyone, we're going to start with our next speaker, the man who literally needs no interruption. And if you were hoping to catch a little nap after lunch,
Yeah.
good luck.
Yeah, right?
Yep.
I need to eat another plate or two to kind of shut me up. My name is Chris Curry. I'm from Iowa State University. How are you all doing today? Just in case you didn't know, Iowa State is the football team that's undefeated right now.
Yeah.
Just wanted to bring that up. Because we're Iowa State and we normally never get to bring that up. So give us 1 year. I'm very happy to be up here, although once again, I'm wondering why I didn't bring my pheasant or my duck gun with me. It's the most wonderful time of the year. That's why Steve gets surprised when he says, do you want to come up to Fargo in late fall? And I said, absolutely, I do. I'm really happy to be here to talk with you today. And how many of you were here last year? Okay, so you might have remembered my presentation, and I talked about don't take turns, make them, how to finish annuals a little bit more quickly. So since last year we were talking about crop timing, Steve asked what I want to talk about this year, and I said, well, we talked about how fast crops are going to grow last year. Let's be a little bit vapid. Let's talk about their good looks and their appearance this year. And so originally I thought that I could talk about growth regulators and mineral nutrition. That's what was on the schedule. But in getting the presentation put together, I realized that there was no way on earth that I was going to get one 45-minute session and cover nutrients and PGRs. So I apologize for the false advertisement, but I'm not going to talk about plant growth regulators today. I'm going to focus on nutrition. Then you can ask Steve to bring me back to talk about PGRs another time.
Okay.
So I thought I would best just focus on nutrition. So when we're trying to put together a fertilizer plan, as much as I like to utilize crock pots, I don't like to feed like a crock pot. I just don't want to set it and forget it. We've got a lot of variety that we're dealing with the greenhouse. We're going to have different species. We're going to have different cultivars. We're going to have different crops, your first, your second versus your third. And with each different species, with each different cultivar, and with each turn, your goals as a grower are going to vary. I mean, you've all been in the place where you're probably trying to push crops at one point, but then a couple weeks later, you're trying to hold them. Same crop, just two different scenarios. So again, fertilizing can be pretty dynamic. So how many of you like fertilizer? Okay, there's a few of us twisted souls in here. So when I try to think about developing a fertilizer plan, I want to try and share with you how I think about fertilizing. And before I was at Iowa State University, I was a greenhouse grower in a former life. So I have pulled hose, I have mixed solutions, and I have fed crops and put these plants together. So when I think about fertilizers, I think about a fertilizer plan for annuals really as being three primary components. Yes, there are 12 essential macro and micronutrients. So there are 12 important elements, but just like George Orwell said in Animal Farm, all animals are important. Some animals are more important than others. When I think about fertilizing annuals, there's three things I think about. The first thing is going to be the concentration of nitrogen. The second thing I think about is phosphorus. And the third thing I think about, and it's kind of hard to separate these, but the root zone pH and micronutrient concentrations. So I think about nitrogen, phosphorus, and micronutrients. The reason I think about those things is because of the things that those three aspects of nutrients will affect. Nitrogen, I generally think of as filling in a container, right? Pushing that plant, filling that plant, getting the plant to fill in the container, or alternatively, maybe we're trying to hold it back a little bit, maybe have it not overpower the container. When I think about phosphorus, I'm thinking about stem elongation or stretch. Some of you might have seen phosphorus and think that I was going to talk about flowers, but that is not the case. In fact, when we get to phosphorus, you're going to hear me make fun of those high phosphorus, bloom booster, bud breaker, buddy kind of fertilizers that you see. It's not necessary. And then finally, when I'm thinking about pH and micronutrients, given the geographic locality that I know we're all in, I know you've all had some sort of high pH induced micronutrient deficiency at some point. I'm not going to ask for a show of hands because half of you will lie anyways and say you haven't experienced it. So today we're going to talk about nitrogen, phosphorus, and micronutrients, and that's how I put together my fertilizer plans. So let's start with nitrogen. It is the biggest of the macronutrients. It is found in the highest concentration in plants, usually in the neighborhood of 4%, give or take a couple of percentage points. So when we think about how much nitrogen we're going to be applying to our plants, first we have to think of how often you're going to fertilize. And I'm going to start by giving you sort of two polar opposites. You can have the once a week fertilization practice where you're only going to feed once a week, then you're going to use clear water throughout the rest of the week. On the other side, Steve's shaking his head. I agree with you, Steve, but as an instructor, I need to recognize the variety of techniques and speak to each of them. Oh my gosh. Can't this be one haven from the political season where we can all get along? Now, on the other side of the spectrum, and Steve will start nodding his head, we're going to have constant liquid feed. And this is going to be applying fertilizer at every irrigation when you water your crops. Now, you're given two choices. This is really turning into a big metaphor. I was going to say you're given two choices, but we know there's more than two choices. There's going to be somewhere in the middle, but let's just stick with those two sort of approaches, once a week versus every other. And like I said, there's going to be hybrids. Sometimes you might be feeding once a week, but your plants are lagging behind, so you need to get a little extra feed on them. Alternatively, maybe you're feeding at every irrigation, and you need to slow your plants down, so you're going to give them a few clear water irrigations. So it's going to change. But let's look at how much fertilizer you apply based on those two strategies. So let me just skip forward one slide. Crops are going to vary in their fertilizer requirements, okay? Some crops don't require any fertilizer, and you'll see that that list is primarily composed of your Dutch bulbs that we're going to be forcing. Those don't need fertilization in the greenhouse. Now, sometimes you will apply calcium nitrate to those crops, but that's not for the nitrogen fertilizer. That's going to be for calcium to avoid that stem topple. You've ever seen tulips flop over, or especially hyacinth flop over? When you have weak stems, you'll need some calcium. But other than that, you don't need to fertilize those Dutch bulbs. It's all in the bulb. For low plants, low feed rates, you see I've placed a lot of our bedding plants in there, and I'll show you why I put them in there. You also see some potted plants, Azalea, Gloxinia, Begonia, and then we start to get higher than that. And the focus of today is going to be on annual bedding plants. So when we start getting into those medium feeders, Easter lily, kalanchoe, you might not be growing any of those, but you will see geranium on that list. And then finally, the high feeders. How many of you are growing garden mums? Okay, we got a couple people growing garden mums. That's going to be the one real high feeder that you might have in your greenhouse. But when you think about that feeding once a week versus every irrigation, we need to take into consideration the crop requirements. No feed, very light, all the way up to heavy feed. So we've got the different crop requirements, and then we've got our two different strategies, constant liquid feed or fertilizing once a week. And if you're going to say, let's say a light feeding crop, constant liquid feed, maybe 100, maybe 150 parts at every feeding. If you're going to be feeding once a week, 360 parts per million. So you can see that's over 2.5 times the amount of feed at that constant liquid feed, but that's because you're only providing it once a week. So you have to make sure that you're adjusting your feed rates based on how often you're feeding, as well as crop requirements. So I do see some people taking pictures of slides and writing down. I do want you to know that you will be sent this presentation in a PDF form. I didn't bring any paper copies. I would like to say it's because I'm green, but instead it's because I have a horrible memory and was trying to get my laundry clean for this event, so I had a nice shirt, and then rushed out of town and made it up here by midnight. So you will have electronic copies. Steve's shaking his head again out of disappointment. So you will be sent this. So this information will all be provided to you. So what are the breeders telling you as far as what to feed with your crops? Because part of the reason why I did get into my job as a faculty member is I do like to question authority a little bit. One of my advisors said, question what you read in books. In looking at technical sheets that are provided to you by the breeders who are breeding the crops that you're growing, I find them to be excellent resources. When you're looking at the pH for a crop, the temperature for a crop, sample schedules, tech bulletins are excellent. But there's one part of them that kind of gets at me. So let's look at what company A, B, and C say about fertilizing petunias. I have protected the names of the guilty, but let's be real. If you know whose fault this is. Grower A, petunias, 250 to 300 parts per million nitrogen. Grower B, company B, 225 to 300 parts per million. Company C, 200 to 250 parts per million. That's pretty high. What about geraniums? 250, 225 to 300, 125 to 200. That's a little bit more reasonable. Argyranthemum, 2 to 250, right around 200. Again, 150 to 200. When I see these fertilizer recommendations, again, when I put on my grower cap, this bothers me because to me, these are poinsettia fertilizer concentrations. These are high feed concentrations. Now, I do a lot of research for plant growth retardant companies, and they probably don't like it when I say this, but this also makes me think you're going to have to use some PGR applications, excessive growth. So why do we have such high fertilizer concentrations recommended to you as growers? Does anyone want to take a guess?
That's how Grandpa fed it.
That's how Grandpa fed it. Okay, that could be a good one. Why else?
So you have to buy more.
So you planned obsolescence. They're getting that fertilizer bag to drain more quickly. Yes.
Because they also sell the chemicals.
They can in some instances, although really they're selling the growth regulator, Syngenta, ChemChina. Sorry, I'm not trying to call out anyone. It's cheap insurance. Cheap insurance. What happens if you start to get high salts in your pot? Just leach them out. Right? You start to overfeed, just leach out that extra feed at all. I think that's an insurance policy that we can no longer afford, both as a business, fiscally speaking, as well as, let's be honest, I already dropped I don't know how many different hunting references. I don't want all that extra fertilizer going into my waterways and creating the algae that's going to diminish my fishing and diminish the wetlands for the birds that I'm trying to interact with. So environmentally, economically, I really don't think that we need this fertilizer. So I was able to do some research that was supported by the Fred C. Locker Foundation, and we went through 20 different vegetatively propagated spring annuals, and we fertilized them from 0 to 400 parts per million nitrogen. Again, trying to assess these recommendations that we're getting from the breeders. So what I'm going to do on the next few slides is just show you some of the results of water-soluble fertilization with a smattering of species. So on this first slide, we've got a dahlia on the top row, and we've got a petunia on the bottom row, although truth be told, this is a pet koa, so it's half petunia, half calibrachoa, but really it's all solanaceous anyways. So when we look at that recommendation for azalea, or when we look at those dahlias, 0 to 400 parts per million, it's pretty clear that you have to fertilize dahlias, right? They're not going to make it with 0 parts per million. But notice the difference in plant quality as you go from 0 to 100 parts per million nitrogen. That is a dramatic improvement in plant growth. Now look at the difference between 100 and 200. We see an improvement in plant growth, right? It's a little bit more bulkier, it's a little bit more full. If we were to count the number of leaves on this stem, it wouldn't be any different. They'd have the same leaf number. It's not that this one unfolded more leaves, it just has more robust growth from more nitrogen. Now, as we go above 200 parts per million, how does the quality of that dahlia change? It goes down, absolutely. We're starting to see salt stress, and that's just after 200. And this was at the bottom level of many of those recommendations, that we didn't bring dahlia specifically up. Now, we look at petunias. What do we see here? Again, a similar response. As you go from no feed to 100 parts per million, that's a nice plant. That is a nice plant. Now, as you increase fertilizer concentration, what happens to that quality of the petunia? It doesn't start to diminish like this one, but does it go up? Is it increasing? Are you going to fertilize your petunias with 4 times the amount of fertilizer and get that increase in your cost back? Absolutely not. You're starting to see diminishing returns. Now, with that in mind, let's take a look at another smattering of species. Diaschia, Bacopa, and this is the, I can't remember if this is James Bertoni or Soteric Bacopa. And then here we have Calibrachoa. Now, looking at these fertilizer responses from 0 to 400 parts per million, can anyone provide me with a compelling reason why we should fertilize with more than 200? Can anyone provide me with a real compelling reason to fertilize with more than 100? How many of you would be concerned about the quality of the plant that you're sending off to your consumers, right? We all have a good conscience. So what about that plant tissue? Let's take a look. So when we take a look at the actual tissue nitrogen in our petunias, and these are from that same experiment, as we go from 0 to 400 parts per million nitrogen, look at the percentage of nitrogen in that petunia. You can see that the amount of nitrogen is relatively unchanged from 1 to 400 parts per million. What is the recommended tissue concentration of nitrogen in petunia? Crickets, you don't know this? You all have lives, unlike me. So we're looking at it right around 2.2 to 5.5% is the recommended tissue percentage for nitrogen in a petunia. Now, based on this data, is that plant that was grown with 100 parts per million, and are we sending that off with deficient tissue? We are sending off a high quality plant to our consumers, okay? I'm going to skip through this. We saw the same thing with controlled release fertilizer, but I'm not going to get into that too much. And for those of you who see me glossing over controlled release fertilizer, it's not that I don't like CRF. In fact, I like a base level of CRF in my fertilizer, because then when you have a couple of cool, cloudy days and you can't get in with the hose to your crop, you still have nutrients in the pot. So I actually think that a little bit of CRF in your mix is a excellent insurance policy. It also has a little bit of value added for your consumers, because how much do your consumers fertilize? Probably as much as the horticulture professors, none. They're not doing it at all. So you can see that I'm clearly encouraging you to reevaluate the amount of fertilizer that you're applying. But I don't want you to run into a deficiency in your crop. So how much is going to be enough? Do substrate tests. How many of you do some sort of substrate testing in-house? If there is one thing that I could encourage you to do, it would be to spend $300 on a Hanna pH and EC meter.
Or Blue Lab.
Or Blue Lab. Yes, we say what we know. Or purchase a pH or EC meter from a reputable supplier like the Tessman company, and start doing in-house testing, because that's going to be the best way for you to monitor the electrical conductivity, the nutrients in your root zone. Now, when you get your EC reading, how are you going to know whether it's enough? You're going to have to compare it to lab standards. Now, we've got a bunch of different values, and we'll come back here. But basically, we're going to go from insufficient nutrition to injurious. That's basically the scale, right? And now there's 3 common tests that you're going to use when you're doing in-house substrate testing. One is going to be the 1 to 2 method. This is where you take 1 volume of substrate and 2 times that volume in water. You mix them together and let them sit for a half hour, and then you test that. The other one you can do is called the saturated media extract method. Have any of you ever sent in a substrate sample for testing to a lab? This is what they tested it with. The SME is the procedure that is used most commonly in labs. They take a sample, then they rehydrate it with deionized water until it reaches glistening. Yes, the scientific term for re-wetting is glistening. And I'm sure that is uniform among all of us, right? What is glistening? And then finally, we have the pour-through or the plug press method. How many of you have heard of the pour-through test before? Okay, more hands have heard of the pour-through than are actually using it. I note this. Okay, so what the pour-through method does is you take a container, you irrigate it with your fertilizer, your clear water, or however you normally irrigate. You wait 30 to 60 minutes, and then you come back, and then you take deionized water, distilled water, and then you pour some of that on the surface of the container, and you displace nutrient solution, and then you test the pH and EC of that displaced nutrient solution. If there is one thing I could encourage you to do, it's start doing pour-through tests. Yes, it will take time, but what do they say? An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. It's a lot easier to avoid nutrient problems than it is to fix them, especially when we're talking about annuals. What, we're talking about a 4 to 6 week crop time? What happens when you discover a problem at week 4? You're gonna turn it around in 2 weeks? It's really, really hard. With annuals, it's all about trying to prevent problems because we just don't have the time to fix them. Okay, what questions do you have about nitrogen?
Is pour through your preferred method?
Absolutely, pour through is my preferred method, just because that is the most grower-friendly method. I really like 1 to 2 because hopefully, Steve, if you and I were working together as growers and you had to do my substrate test because I got a day off to go duck hunting, I could come back and our values would be comparable. Because if you say get 2 cups of substrate and 4 cups of water, hopefully we would be on the same page there. It's very, very repeatable. But it's the destructive nature of that 1 to 2 test where you have to take that substrate out of the container. That's the problem. Similarly, we have a subjective approach with the saturated media extract method. But with the pour through method, that is very quick and that is very, very, it's not destructive because all you're doing is just placing water. So this is by far and away my preferred method of in-house testing. And it's also the currency when you're talking to other growers, pour through is what they're going to be using. Some people will use SME, some people will use 1 to 2, but by and large, people are using pour through because of that non-destructive nature. Other questions you've got? I can talk at you for a very long time, but I like interaction. Okay.
What if you've been taught to pour through, but without the DI one?
Then there's room for growth and improvement in the data you're collecting. The only reason I say that is because you don't want that sample water. Let's just say, I'm not casting aspersions, but let's say you've got poor quality water and you've got some EC in your water. If you pour that on top to displace your fertilizer solution and it gets in there, that would end up increasing the EC of your sample or affecting it potentially. So we generally like to use that DI water.
Can you do a base test with just your water?
You can, but to get the most reliable results, using DI water is going to be the best one. So, and that's just a best management practice. That's not so much like my opinion, like, oh, DI water is so much better. It's just starting to get you a better measurement coming out of the bottom of the container. And a good solution to that is when you're at the grocery store, get a couple of jugs of distilled water, something like that. You know, kind of like we used to do for irons back in the, okay. I also have a Jerry Maguire meme in my undergraduate teaching presentations. Let me tell you, the college students in 2024 have no idea what show me the money means. It's completely irrelevant. Yeah, right. Okay, so are there any questions on nitrogen? Okay, we'll move into the nutrient I love to hate, phosphorus. But before we get into phosphorus, I'd like to set this up a little bit. So when we're producing containerized plants, annuals, perennials, potted plants, we're trying to produce a plant that is appropriately sized to its container. Generally speaking, the rough rule of thumb is a plant should be 1.5 times the height of the container. Another way of thinking that is if you look at the total height of the container and plant, 60% should be plant and 40% should be container. That just helps us put together an aesthetically appealing containerized plant. Now, so we're always trying to control that excessive growth, right, to keep them in their container. We also want to reduce any lush, soft growth. That's not good growth, especially in bedding plant season. It's not going to ship well. It's prone to physical damage. How many of you watch customers pulling petunias on your bench apart only to render them unsaleable once that's happened? We want to avoid that lush growth. That's also what is most appealing to pests as well. We also want to produce plants that are more compact because we want to save water and save nutrients. Now, if you have a plant that's this big and you have plants that's this big, which one uses more water? The big one, which are going to have to water more. The big one. Same thing with nutrients. If you're trying to get 4% nitrogen in a leaf, does it take more nitrogen to get 4% nitrogen in this leaf or more to get 4% nitrogen in this leaf? Compact plants will also use less nutrients in addition to reducing water use. Also, when you have smaller plants, you can put them on closer centers. When you have them on closer centers, you have more available space in your greenhouse. When you've got more space in your greenhouse, you can grow more crops. It's going to allow you to be more space use efficient. And then finally, improves your transplant performance. When your customers go, or maybe you've got landscaping customers, and you put large plants, large annuals in the landscape, they might think they're going to do well. It's, just add water into the garden. But those large plants aren't going to be established enough in the landscape to get the water that they need to support those shoot systems. So actually, smaller plants will transplant better into your garden and have a better season than starting out with larger plant materials. So there's a whole number of reasons why we want to grow more compact plants. Okay, now how many of you learned that you use different fertilizers for different growth? I did. I was taught that if you want to push growth, you use 20-20-20 or 20-10-20. Ammoniacal nitrogen, hot feed. How many of you have heard that? That's absolutely something that's been taught. Alternatively, if you're trying to tone growth, if you're trying to have compact growth, use 15-5-15 or calcium nitrate. Now, it was historically thought that ammonium, NH4, is what caused plants to push and have lush growth. Alternatively, it was the nitrate, the negatively charged nitrogen, that kept growth compact, kept stretch at bay. That was the historical dichotomy we were taught. But thankfully, people question that. So Paul Nelson, he's a former faculty member at North Carolina State University. Some of you might have had his greenhouse operations management textbook. Hold on to that. They're worth a ton of money because no one's picking that up anymore. Well, Paul Nelson said, I'm not sure that it's the nitrogen. I think it could be related to phosphorus. So what I've done in these two tables is I've got two tables. One is a table of ammoniacal nitrogen fertilizers, and the other is a table of nitrate-based fertilizers. So for the ammonium fertilizers, that acidic nitrogen, that ammonium that we thought pushed growth, as we look at all these different fertilizers with the proportion of ammonium, for every 100 parts per million of nitrogen, you're going to have this much phosphorus. 100 parts per million phosphorus is 20-20-20, 50 if it's 20-10-20. 88 parts with 17-5-17, 56 ppm phosphorus with 27-15-12, and then, like I said, that 50 parts per million for 20-10-20. Now, alternatively, let's look at those nitrate fertilizers. And remember, nitrate was thought to keep plants more compact. Now, as we look at this whole host of fertilizers with a low concentration of nitrate, with a high concentration of nitrate, let's look at the amount of phosphorus that we have per 100 parts per million N. 33 parts per million phosphorus with 15-5-15. 15 parts per million phosphorus with blood special, 13-13. If we're using calcium nitrate, we have no phosphorus. So start to see the difference here. There was a confounding factor. Ammoniacal sources had high phosphorus. Nitrate sources had low phosphorus. And when Dr. Nelson went and fertilized these different crops with different fertilizers, and then looked at the height or the dry weight as a proportion of phosphorus or as a proportion of nitrate, you'll see these lines are flat across for plant height and flat across for dry weight when we're looking at nitrate. Nitrate didn't affect it. Phosphorus, as you go from 5 to 10 parts per million, phosphorus was promoting dry weight accumulation. Phosphorus was promoting plant height. As a result now, phosphorus deprivation is a standard practice for plug production. How many of you have ordered in trays of tomato seedlings for your greenhouse? Have brought them in? How many of you have seen leaf purpling on those tomato seedlings? That is the direct result of phosphorus deprivation during propagation. This is now a standard practice among plug producers. That's why we've got little purpling on our marigold leaves, or maybe just a slight bit of purpling on our petunia seedlings. It's because they're restricting phosphorus to restrict the size of that plug in the plug tray. Now, this is widely used in a standard practice for plug producers. And for any of you who are growing your own seedlings, I encourage you to be using that plug special with that low phosphorus. But why stop with propagation? Why not look at low phosphorus concentrations during finishing? Why can't we reduce it there? Let's take a look at it. Now, when we think about reducing phosphorus during finishing, there are a couple of things that it's going to concern us. First of all, is that foliage appearance. Purple leaves can be dicey when you're selling to consumers. You all can get plug trays that have leaves with a little bit of purpling, because you know that's no big deal. You're going to transplant them, give them a shot of feed, and they'll grow out of it. Consumers might not know that. Some consumers might not know the difference, though. Another concern you might have when we're restricting phosphorus, what about flowering? You've probably heard, again, phosphorus promotes flowering. You don't want to reduce phosphorus and have a less floriferous ornamental plant. And then finally, yeah, this is a great idea, Dr. Curry, but we live in the real world. How are we going to do this? So I want to address some of these things. But first, let's take a look at some of the results we did with some crops where we were reducing, restricting, and eliminating phosphorus. So here we have florist mums. These were all provided with 150 parts per million nitrogen and potassium, plus the same levels of calcium, magnesium, sulfur, and micronutrients. The only thing that varied across this crop was the concentration of phosphorus that we get. And at 150 parts per million nitrogen, a crop would be getting just about 50 parts per million phosphorus. So this is taking it up to the max phosphorus that we have, even in a low phosphorus feed like 15-5-15. Now, what do you see at the low end of this phosphorus deprivation? Well, if you eliminate phosphorus, you're not going to have a saleable mum crop, right? You can see we have advanced phosphorus deficiency symptoms, and it's covering this with necrotic leaves. So that's a non-starter. But as we go from 0 to just 5 parts per million, so a difference of 5 parts per million phosphorus, look at the difference in that plant growth. We continue to increase phosphorus, and what you see is an increase in plant size. That's all you see is an increase in plant size. It didn't reduce the time to flower, nothing. These did not receive any plant growth retardants. This is just the result of providing less phosphorus to our crop. So we're looking at 1/10 to 1/5 the amount of phosphorus that is normally provided to these mums. And hopefully we just got rid of a PGR application or two here as well. Okay? Let's take a look at another crop that I would bet everyone here is growing. Vegetatively propagated red zonal geraniums. You're probably growing Americana dark red, some of you too. So here we have our zonal geraniums. Again, 0 to 40 parts per million phosphorus. Well, 0 part per million phosphorus, it got us the most compact plant. So that got the growth control that I was looking for. But we still can't use this strategy because you can see some of those symptoms of phosphorus deficiency on this geranium. Again, that's not going to be acceptable at the retail level. But just 5 parts per million, again, produces a completely saleable plant with the same number of flowers in the same time. But you'll also notice we get a slight bit of growth control while we've still reduced the phosphorus by orders of magnitudes compared to what you're normally providing. Okay, let's take a look at one more annual. So here we have petunias. This crop finished great with no phosphorus. Not one lick of phosphorus was provided this. We had no deficiency symptoms. So this is one that actually finished well without any phosphorus. Now, before you go home and say, that's it, we're not using any phosphorus this spring, there's a major caveat that I would say with this. This is a vegetatively propagated petunia. If you compare a 288 petunia seedling to a 105 rooted petunia cutting, and you were to quantify the amount of phosphorus in both of those, there's sufficient phosphorus in that petunia cutting to finish that crop for 4 weeks. Alternatively, when you think about that 288 cell seedling, that does not have sufficient phosphorus to finish that crop. So before you take this too far, this is the result of that sink of phosphorus that we've got in those vegetative cuttings. Okay, so I just don't want to be misleading there. So what about crops that don't respond to phosphorus? I could show you, it's verbena. I've got verbena, and it looked the same going across all 0 to 40 parts per million. It didn't look like anything changed. So the question is, well, why should I change my phosphorus concentration if it's not going to help control any stretch of my petunia or my verbenas? I am a product of the Minnesota phosphorus ban back when I was a young kid. But really, I think that is something that we do need to keep in mind. How many of you are aware that phosphorus is a limited, finite natural resource? That's mind-blowing to me. I want my kids, I want my great-grandkids to be able to grow bedding plants. So I do think, and I don't mean to sound preachy about this, but I do think since we are the green industry, if we can produce a crop while being stewards of a finite natural resource, we don't have an argument against that, in my opinion. And so if we know that we can grow crops with less phosphorus, we can purchase less phosphorus, we can use less phosphorus, we can leach less phosphorus out to the environment, I think that's something that we should all take into consideration. Again, I'm not trying to be preachy, but we are dealing with a finite natural resource when we're looking at phosphorus. So I think that's something important that we should consider. Now, for those of you who are growing edible bedding plants, phosphorus restriction is your new best friend. That's because short of uniconazole on solanaceous crops, tomato, pepper, and eggplant, before the 4th true leaf stage, there's essentially no plant growth retardants that we can use on edible food crops. So that's going to put us in the place of having to use non-chemical growth control. Maybe you're selecting compact cultivars. Maybe you're using a morning dip. Maybe you're brushing your plants. All potential options. But phosphorus restriction works great for this too. I apologize for putting up a graph instead of the usual suspect slides, but when you leave your research lab unlocked with a $600 camera on a tripod, it develops legs. Yeah, it's a real bummer. But I do have the data, and here we've got basil. And suffice it to say, when you provide basil with 5 parts per million phosphorus versus 40 or 50 parts per million phosphorus, you can cut height of that containerized basil by 1/3 to 1/2. And those of you who are waiting for a new PGR to be developed for your basil, don't hold your breath, it will never happen. I'm currently working on legalizing another PGR for food crops, and it's going to have a very wide and broad label, but it's never going to be labeled for culinary herbs or for leafy greens, because the pre-harvest interval of when you apply it to that crop versus when it could be consumed by someone is so short, it won't make it through the EPA labeling process. So for those leafy crops, you're always going to have to always have to resort to these non-chemical approaches. So I don't want to seem Pollyannic about this. Are there downsides to phosphorus restriction? You can get leaf purpling. Now, I already mentioned we've gotten this on our plugs before. You've seen this on your plugs before. We don't worry about it because we're commercial growers and we know it's going to pop out of it. Consumers may not know this. They might not be so confident. Now, if their annuals are going in the ground, there's more than likely sufficient phosphorus to get rid of that purpling. But if they take their annuals and they plant them into a sterile substrate mix, there won't be phosphorus in that necessarily, and it won't necessarily purple up. If they purchase the hanging basket and they're just going to hang it, there will definitely be no phosphorus introduced to that crop. So always keep that in mind. It's never going to be good for flowering potted plants because you can never remedy a deficiency on those flowering potted plants. Okay, so I wanted to address the implementation. Like, sounds good, Curry, but how are you going to actually use lower phosphorus in your production plan? There's a couple of different approaches that you can take. First, just select formulations with less phosphorus in them. Our phosphorus is linked to our nitrogen when we have a complete fertilizer. So selecting that plug special 13213 is already going to get you a lot less phosphorus than that 20-10-20 when we look at that phosphorus relative to nitrogen. So just get lower phosphorus formulations. Another thing that you can do is get a formulation with no phosphorus and then get yourself a second injector. I like to run 2 injectors with phosphorus. I get 15-0-15 and 20-0-20 with all of my micros and all of my secondary macros, but I just have them omit the phosphorus. And then what I do in the second injector, that's where I run a tank of monopotassium phosphate. Then you can dial your phosphorus whatever you need. Has it been overcast? Is your crop slow? Do you need to push them a little bit? Maybe give them a little extra phosphorus. Maybe things are growing like gangbusters and you've got to put the clamp down. You can eliminate your phosphorus. By decoupling your phosphorus from your nitrogen, you start to have more flexibility as a grower. What questions do you have about phosphorus? Restriction, phosphorus implementation?
How's it tied to nitrogen within your fertilizer? Why is that?
Well, it's just going to be tied just because it's a one-bag mix.
Okay.
So it's just going to be.
They interact together. Just because
No. When I meant tied, I meant that they're just in the same bag. So unless you're going to come to my greenhouse and pick out the phosphorus salt for me, That's a value that Steve's provides to his Tessman customers. They're just tied by virtue of being in the same bag. When you put that in, they're together. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question on your vegetables. You said it's best to keep, I understand, that lower because you can't have growth regulators. But tomatoes really do need phosphorus, I feel like, tomatoes. So would you want to keep feeding them a little bit?
You said you feel that way.
Well,
You're talking to a scientist, ma'am.
He has no feelings.
Actually, I'm a super crier. I cry. My girls look to me when we're watching Pixar's at the end because they're trying to see Dad starting to cry yet.
Would you feed your tomatoes phosphorus? Would you go with
You
that?
can, but you don't need to feed them much at all. Because the phosphorus restriction. Now, if I were going to grow them in a greenhouse and never provide them any phosphorus their entire life, absolutely that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work at all. But this is, I'm assuming, and thank you for playing along with me, I appreciate that. I'm assuming it's going back to the flowers, and you want flowers for fruits?
No, not necessarily. I just feel like sometimes I see some purpling on when I'm growing the leaves, and I know they eventually will grow up.
Absolutely.
Bigger, but
There's nothing wrong with just a little bit of that too. So ultimately, I'm trying to do this in kind of a cheeky way, but I would try and question that feeling that you have a little bit, and it's not to it's just I'm a wet grower, and I'm a wet grower because I'm nervous. Like, what happens if they dry out before I see them next? Like, so I'm susceptible to this. I'm susceptible to the same feelings, but I just have to tell myself like they will be okay. Just like that little bit of purple here, I'd encourage you to kind of question that instinct just a little bit. Does that address your question?
yes.
In a very polite manner? Steve?
Just gonna purple be tied to temperatures too. I don't want to.
Yes. Okay, so sometimes you can get, if we look at that leaf purpling, this can be the result of completely ample phosphorus, but when temperatures are low, phosphorus transport slows down. So you can have ample phosphorus, but you just don't have phosphorus uptake because of cool weather. So for those of you that are finishing cooler, that's just going to be a phosphorus uptake issue. That's not a phosphorus provision issue. Other questions on phosphorus. Now we're getting somewhere. The digestion is underway. Yes, sir.
Can you speak on pH management when using low phosphorus, high nitrate?
I will be talking about pH, and I will be talking about the effect of nitrogen on that. So if you could we wait and see if it ties in there naturally? I'm not ignoring your question, but I think I might be addressing it very shortly. Anything else about phosphorus? This is, I think, probably one of the most, this and B9 sprays, diminizide sprays, I think are probably two of the most underutilized techniques that spring annual growers are doing. Everyone here should be using some sort of a weak PGR, or at least trialing it to make your good crop a great one, and everyone can reduce their phosphorus concentrations. Bold words from Midwestern. Okay, now, I don't want to forget about the micros. We talked about nitrogen, trying to get that good growth or constrict that good growth. We talked about phosphorus and its effect on stem elongation. The reason why I don't want to forget about the micros is I want to have good green foliage. We will commonly classify plants into different pH groups based on their requirements. So the first group we call sometimes the petunia group, 5.4 to about 5.8 or 6. You'll see a little bit of wiggle room in this. Another name for this group is the iron inefficient group, and I'll come back to that name. Then we've got our general group, 5.8 to 6.2. That's just about everything. And then finally, we've got our geranium group, or our marigold group. That is also called the iron efficient group. And this group grows better at a slightly higher than general pH, 6 to 6.4 or 6.6. Now, just to give you a little bit of a smattering here, we've got those three different groups, the low, general, and the high pH category. And I think everything down on this low pH list is probably already on your SHIT list. Calibrachoa, Pansy, Petunia, Snapdragon, I get it. The general list, not much to say there. And then finally, none of us have much of a problem with these high pH crops. But if you want to go down to the southeast or the northeast where they've got granite aquifers, then you can be a shoulder for them to cry on when they've got problems with this. Now, the reason I was kind of beaten up on the low pH group, I'm not even going to ask If you grow calibrachoas, you've seen this, right? And what this is an elevated pH restricting micronutrient availability to that group that needs a low pH. Now, alternatively, this is one that we don't see that often, but the converse is when you have a high pH group that gets grown at a low pH, this is what you end up suffering from, and this is pH toxicity. Now, if I were to have to pick one of these two, I would rather deal with this than this. Deficiencies I can remedy. I can always add more of something. That's my nature as the extra dad. Alternatively, when you have a toxicity, it's going to be very hard to restrict excessive concentrations. The other thing is, all we need to do to this is green it up. That's all I need to do. All you need to do with this is grow new foliage to cover up that old damaged foliage. Now, if I've got 2 weeks left in the season, I think we can pull this off. If I've got 2 weeks left in the season, I'm starting to write my claim check. It's not gonna be made up. So, given the difference, I would always prefer to deal with a high pH induced deficiency for a low pH crop than a low pH induced toxicity for a high pH crop. Just throwing that out there. So going back, the gentleman asked, in the sungrow shirt, asked about pH in the root zone and fertilizers. So fertilizers affect your substrate pH. And this is something, again, this is why I love water-soluble fertilizers, because I can walk into the greenhouse with a new tool to try and affect something. So some fertilizers are going to increase substrate pH, while other fertilizers will decrease substrate pH. And the cause of this pH change is the form of nitrogen in the fertilizer. So I'd like to start out by saying there will be no quiz following today's presentation, but I'm still going to go through this chemistry because it's going to be easier for you to remember it in the long run. So first of all, did anyone remember what the definition of pH is? Steve?
Potential hydrogen.
Potential hydrogen, the concentration of hydrogen ions, but it's the inverse logarithm. So the lower pH we have, the more acidic it is. The higher pH we have, the less acidic it is. It slips up undergrads every quiz. So when we have ammonium fertilizers, we have that positively charged ammonium species. Roots in plants want to stay electrochemically balanced. When a positive species goes in, they want to keep that same net balance, so they kick out a positively charged species. Now, the kids these days in chemistry are learning this as hydronium. Back in my day, we just called it the hydrogen ion or a proton. So we have ammonium go in, we have a proton or a hydrogen ion go out. And Steve just said that the pH was the potential of hydrogen, and we're talking about it's a measurement of the concentration. The more protons we have, the more acidic it is, the lower the pH. This is how ammoniacal nitrate fertilizers reduce your substrate pH as the plants take up ammonium. Any questions about this one? But wait, there's more. That's not the only way that ammoniacal nitrogen fertilizers will decrease that root zone pH. So in your substrate, you've got nitrifying bacteria. And those nitrifying bacteria are doing a great service to plants. Plants honestly don't like ammonium that much. They don't like to take up ammonium. They love to take up nitrate. Nitrate is like the potato chips and TikTok of the nutrient world. Endless consumption. So these nitrifying bacteria will convert ammonium to nitrate, but in that process, they're going to release a proton. Another proton, decrease pH, okay? That is how ammoniacal nitrogen fertilizers will decrease your substrate pH. But you'll notice that that effect on substrate pH is dependent on the plant taking up ammonium as well as the nitrifying bacteria nitrifying it. But if you've ever tried to grow with an ammonium feed in cool weather, you know that this doesn't happen because those nitrifying bacteria aren't always working, especially at cool temperatures. Now let's look at nitrate. Nitrate is a negatively charged species. Plant takes up nitrate, it wants to stay electrochemically balanced, negative in, negative out. So the negatively charged species it kicks out is the hydroxyl ion. As that hydroxyl comes out here, it makes it less acidic and our pH starts to increase. So going back to forms of nitrogen changing pH, did this address that aspect?
I more wanted you to speak on just using that kind of fertilizer in a place where you have high alkalinity.
Okay, I think I'll be getting there. But does this explain how that nutrient changes pH? And this seems really trivial, but this is actually really important because every time you go to water, you're making a pH management decision with the fertilizer you're selecting and the water quality that you're pairing with it. Okay, so this is why it's important. Now, the reason why I talk so much about pH is that pH affects the micronutrient availability. So we talked about that low pH group being called the iron inefficient group. When crops are grown at a low pH, they need lots of micronutrients around them. And it's either because they need a lot of micronutrients or they're lousy and inefficient at taking them up. So when we grow plants at a lower pH, you'll notice that this black band is wider at a lower pH. In a lower pH, micronutrients are more available to the plant. Alternatively, as our pH starts to increase, you'll notice that for these micronutrients down here, the width of the black band is decreasing, indicating a diminished availability. We don't have less manganese, less iron, less boron in the container, but that higher pH is making it unavailable for plant uptake, essentially making it gone out of the container, even though it is still there. Now, the reason why some plants like the iron efficient group, like geraniums, grow well at a high pH is they're efficient with micronutrients. They need very little. In fact, they can have a micronutrient toxicity very simply. So they grow well at a high pH because it restricts micronutrients from them. Okay? So this is the whole reason why we're managing our substrate pH. It's all about micronutrient management. If you're growing a crop that needs a low pH, it's because it needs micronutrients. If you're growing a crop that requires a higher pH, it's because it doesn't need micronutrients. That is the fundamental aspect behind pH management in crops. It's all about micronutrients. So how are you going to use this in practice? Well, fertilizers have something that's called the potential acidity or the potential basicity. And this is going to be expressed as the equivalent of calcium carbonate or the equivalent in lime. Now, if a crop has a potential acidity measurement, then the value that you see listed for it is the pounds of calcium carbonate required to neutralize the acidity of 1 ton of this fertilizer. So if you add 1 ton of 20-10-20, how much lime does it take to neutralize that? Now, it's kind of arbitrary because I doubt any of us are dumping a ton of fertilizer on our crops, but it's just going through the machinations of how they are measuring or expressing this. Now, alternatively, if you have a fertilizer that has potential basicity, that number is saying applying 1 ton of this fertilizer has the same acid neutralizing effect as this many pounds of calcium carbonate limestone. So looking at the equivalent in limestone. So what I've done is I put together a small table just to show you the variations that we've got in potential acidity and basicity. This is not an exhaustive table. If I did, it would be a scroll that would run all the way back to the back of the room. What I did here, though, is try and get those extremes where we've got 100% ammonium and 100 calcium nitrate, and then some gradations in between there. So what you'll notice is that when we're at 0 nitrate and 100% ammoniacal nitrogen, 2177, acid special, it's got a potential acidity of 1,539. Now, again, that number means that if you applied 1 ton of 2177 acid, it's going to be the same as applying, or you're going to need 1,539 pounds of lime to neutralize it. But we're just using that as an indication of how acidic that feed is. Now, what you'll notice that as the proportion of ammoniacal nitrogen goes down and the proportion of nitrate nitrogen increases, the potential acidity starts to decrease. Until when we at 15,020, we've got 23% ammoniac nitrogen and 77% nitrate, we start to have potentially basic fertilizers until we get to 100% nitrate, which is going to be calcium nitrate. Now, what you can do, how many of you have high alkalinity water? What you can do then is you can look at fertilizers with potential acidity to try and counteract the alkalinity in your water within reason. Usually we can correct alkalinity with fertilizer up until about 150 parts per million alkalinity. Once you've got above 150 parts per million of alkalinity in your water, we can no longer use fertilizers to manage our root zone pH. Above that, you want to start injecting acid to neutralize that in your water. But if you're at 150 parts per million alkalinity or less, you can start to look at these higher acidity formulation fertilizers to correct your pH. Now, a couple of things though that I want to keep in mind. A lot of us are growing spring crops in here, right? Now, in spring, we tend to grow cooler. If you apply a high ammoniacal nitrogen feed and you are growing in cool temperatures, you're going to run the risk of ammonium toxicity because those nitrifying bacteria aren't converting that ammonium into nitrate at those cooler greenhouse temperatures. So this is why you can't use 20-10-20 when you're growing a pansy crop, because you're growing cool, but you've also got that high ammoniacal nitrogen. So when you're looking at correcting less than 150 parts per million alkalinity and you're not growing too cool, absolutely start to look at some of these formulations with potential acidity. Now, just in case, does anyone here have very, very low alkalinity? Oh, we've got the same thing in Ames. I feel bad for you. Now, unfortunately, potential acidity and potential basicity are not equal. Like if we looked at a fertilizer with 400 pounds potential basicity, and then we looked at a corollary that was 400 pounds potential acidity, acidification is much easier with fertilizers than it is the basification. It's easier for you to drop your pH with potentially acidic fertilizers than it is to bring it up with the potentially basic fertilizers. So just something to keep in mind in practice. So what I'm saying is ultimately, if you're trying to correct for some alkalinity and higher pH, you're sitting in the cat's bird seat, as opposed to if you're trying to correct with low pH problems, you're probably going to have to look at liming rates. You can't do it with just the potential basicity alone. Any questions on this concept of pH and micronutrients? Okay, I got a little more time here. So you've heard me talk about now, I've made it clear, I'm encouraging you to grow lean. But just like Steve's asking about the phosphorus tied to the nitrogen, your micronutrients are tied to your nitrogen. So what's going to happen now to all your calibrachoa and petunias now that I encourage you to grow lean? You're going to start to not have sufficient micronutrients. Again, I want to encourage you to look at different fertilizer formulations. So I put this table together, and let me just break it down. Ultimately, what we're doing is looking at the parts per million of iron in different fertilizer formulations at different concentrations. So I selected 3 fertilizer concentrations of nitrogen: 75 parts per million nitrogen, 150 parts per million nitrogen, and 300 parts per million nitrogen. Then I selected 3 fertilizer formulations: 20-10-20 general purpose, 20-10-20 peat light, and then 18-18 boosted base. Now let's just start at the beginning here, and let's look at, with 20-10-20 general purpose fertilizer, how much iron are we getting? Well, at 75 parts per million, we're getting a quarter part iron. At 150 parts per million, we're getting a half part per million iron. That makes sense. You know, we doubled that concentration. And then let's double again, 150 to 300 parts per million, 0.5 to 1 part per million iron. Okay, everyone following there? Now, if any of you remember the movie The Graduate, Dustin Hoffman is wondering what to do, and his friend at the pool party says, plastics. Plastics changed everything for horticulture. We used to grow in wooden flats and terracotta. Then we moved into plastics. What did that do to our substrate? No ringers with you sun-grow folk over there. Premier. Oh, Premier. And that's why I'm doing what I do. So no. What was substrate made of before plastic? Where did we get it? Dirt. We're using field soil. That's because terracotta is incredibly porous and wood is incredibly porous. But have you ever grown plants in field soil in a plastic container? It does not work. So what they had to do is they had to create a new substrate. And that's where we had the Cornell peat light mix. Okay, and so in the Cornell peat-lite mix that was developed, that was to replace field soil. So it's great, awesome. We got this new light soil, it's got the right properties. It's going to ship well in Eisenhower's new interstate transportation system and trucks on low weight, all these benefits. But what happens when you're using field soils, those are mineral soils with micronutrients in them. What sort of nutrients do you have in peat and perlite? Nothing. So what they had to do is reformulate 20-10-20 general purpose. Now this is a long history lesson, but 20-10-20 peat-lite is because the peat was light in micronutrients. So what they did with peat-lite is they doubled the micronutrient package from the general purpose mix to make up for the lack of micros in this new peat mix. Now let's look at the iron breakdown. We've got a 0.5 part per million iron at 75 parts per million nitrogen. We've got 1 part per million nitrogen, or 1 part per million iron at 150 parts nitrogen. And we've got 2 parts per million nitrogen at 300 parts per million nitrogen, or 2 parts per million iron at 300 parts per million nitrogen. So it doubled that package. This is great. But I still don't want to have to fertilize at 150 parts per million nitrogen to get 1 part per million of iron down to my crop. And especially when we look at many of these new vegetatively propagated annuals, we tend to see species that are sensitive to micronutrients. But I'm still up here telling you to grow lean with less nitrogen. Well, as we're getting down to this 100 part per million and 75 part per million nitrogen for bedding plants, which I think is a totally reasonable concentration to look at, we start getting at even lower parts per million. So, J.R. Peters, I'm not name dropping them. They are the only people to come out with this formulation. If another fertilizer company would do this, I would happily use theirs. J.R. Peters took the peat-lite micronutrient package, and guess what they did with it? Doubled it. So now, at 75 parts per million of boosted base, you have 1 part iron. At 150 parts per million nitrogen with boosted base, you've got 2 parts iron. And at 300 parts per million nitrogen from boosted base, you have 4 parts of iron. So ultimately what I'm getting to is, by just changing your fertilizer formulations, you can achieve micronutrient concentrations that you're trying to get with the nitrogen concentrations you're trying to provide. Because now we can get the same amount of micronutrients at 75 parts per million from a fertilizer that we used to have to apply 300 parts per million just to get just for that micro package. So if you're growing petunias and you're trying to restrict their micronutrients, grow at a low concentration. Now, let's say you're growing geraniums. Don't use the boosted base. Go back to the general purpose formula. Because geraniums like a high pH because they require so little micronutrients. So instead, go with a formula that has a low concentration of micronutrients. So just like we can select these formulas with extra micros to meet the micronutrient requirements of so many of our annuals, we can also go the other way too. And for those crops that we're trying to restrict them, Lysianthus, marigold, we can use those older formulations at low parts per million nitrogen and not risk a toxicity because they don't have that boosted micronutrient package. What questions do you have about this factor? This is, and all you've done nothing different than just switch the bag that you're mixing your concentrate with. Okay, any questions here? So you're wondering, all right, Curry, how do you put this all together? There's a couple different options we have. First is just have some different stock tanks. So here we have a grower in Iowa, and this is their collection of stock tanks. And they're just not trying to collect them for Pokemon, gotta have them all. But if you look up closely at these formulations, they've got a begonia mix. It's gonna be higher in potassium. It's going to be a violet mix. That's going to be a high nitrate but low pH feed for growing the spring pansies. 300 parts, 2720, that's going to be an acid feed. Poinsettias, that's going to have extra calcium and magnesium. Plug mix, that's going to be a low phosphorus feed. So they've got their injector, and they're just switching where they're drawing their fertilizer from for the different crops. It's a great option. I already mentioned getting 2 injectors, okay? Getting one for your macros and micros, and then one for monopotassium phosphate. But I'd like to just show you my dream. I want to call this, all I want for Christmas is 4 fertilizer injectors. Let's just think about this for 1 second though. This is what I've put in my greenhouse for my students during spring bedding plant production season because I want them to have to formulate this plan. So I've got 4 stock tanks that I use, and I can meet just about any crop need. So in the first tank, that's my acidic nitrogen macronutrient mix. It's going to be 20-0-20 plus calcium and magnesium, but it's going to be ammoniacal nitrogen. And it's on an adjustable injector. My second injector, I've got my basic nitrogen mix. This is going to be my nitrate-based nitrogen, no phosphorus, no microbes. Then my third tank is monopotassium phosphate. That's where I'm getting my micronutrients from. In my fourth tank is going to be my micronutrients, my stem soluble trace element mixture, or MOST, mix of soluble traces. So with these 4 injectors, I can have warm weather, cool weather feed with respect to nitrifying bacteria. We can have potentially acidic or potentially basic nitrogen. We can have phosphorus eliminated, or we can have phosphorus going through Charlie in the glass elevator through the roof of Blanca's factory. We can have micronutrients to meet geraniums at low concentrations. We have micronutrients to meet those at high concentrations. With those 4 stock tanks, I can pretty much meet just about any fertilizer requirement that I've got with my crops. So at first it might seem excessive, but if you think about the principle of it, it works a lot better than having all sorts of different stock tanks and bags, and it does give you some adjustable nature too. So I think I've got until 12:45. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a little slow.
So am I. So we're even. Okay, so a shameless plug. How many of you have heard of eGrow before? Electronic Grower Resources Online. This is basically a coalition of us greenhouse nerds. We are professional consultants that are paid by your taxpayers' dollars, and we are trying to give you the service that you're paying us for. So we have weekly updates, we have webinars, we have research reports, a lot of stuff. It doesn't cost you anything, free 99. We also don't sell any of your information to anybody. It's just us public institution personnel trying to help you all out. I've got time for a couple of questions here, I think, but just in case, here's my contact information. Here's my email. Also, do not be afraid of the telephone. I get about 2 phone calls a month. I get about 200 emails a day, so dare to be different. I'd like to take more questions that you have. Steve and Lisa have this presentation, and they will distribute it. I think I might have already said it. They'll distribute that to you, so you will have the content from this. Any questions that you might have? Yes?
Do you have a YouTube page?
No, nope. My wife really wants me to start a YouTube page for outdoor education, like the hunting and fishing. She's like, I think you could be a YouTuber. I haven't downloaded a song yet off the internet. I'm still using LP vinyls.
You think this, through most of our growing season, we're usually done in June here for the most part spring bedding, you can hang around that 75 to 100 parts and finish a pretty decent crop?
Absolutely. And now keep this in mind. Everything will always vary. Okay, so I don't want you to call up and say, Dr. Curry, I grew at 75 parts per million the whole season and we had deficient crops. You have to do your own trialing. But I think what it is, Steve, is people are afraid like a floor is going to fall out from under them. But I believe that we chronically overfeed, and I believe that that comes from it being previously a cheaper insurance policy. And so I'm a big fan of PGRs, so it's not like I'm trying to get you off PGRs. But I think that, think about plant quality. Have you ever grown New Guinean pations at the slightly higher end of their feed range? They don't look as good. They have tight leaves. They don't unfurl. When you see a New Guinean patient grown with sufficiently low fertilizer, think of how flat that leaf lays out, how nice that leaf lays out. I think that we chronically overfeed crops, and I think that has to do with sort of a cheap insurance policy, because you can always leach extra salts. But I think that's not a great mindset. Other questions that you have?
And I get the luxury of traveling around and seeing, 150 garden centers a year. And I think typically what I see most when I get a call and say, I got a bug problem, I've got a root issue problem, or I've got a fungus problem, it's typically feed.
It went back to they were either overfed or underfed, and you got a sick plant that's going to be susceptible to things.
And it was always, it was a disease instead of just something as easy as.
Well, that's right. When you think about the disease or the pathogen or the insect triangle, one of the things that you have to have, you need the insect or the pathogen, you need the right environment, but you also have to have a susceptible plant. And growing healthy plants is going to help you fend off a lot of the secondary problems that result earlier on in production. Other questions? Yes, sir.
So if you have your main fertilizer room, you know, for your whole facility, and say you did want to give something else extra feed, and like you showed how you have your, you know, for each one.
Yep.
You know, like I specifically have this little cart thing I made with like a 14-gallon on it.
Yep.
I don't use it for that. But would you just
You
have
could
to find the right ratio of extra chemical to put in there?
Yes.
To feed?
You absolutely
How
could
would
use.
you figure out
Yep.
that?
Like, so let's say you're providing 150 parts per million nitrogen baseline and you want to do 200 parts per million. So you just have to make a 50 part up feed to come after.
That would just be straight nitrogen into that.
Yep, whatever it is that you're trying to add, correct.
Or-
So you can use that as a supplemental. The other thing, I mentioned CRF. Let's say you got your base level feed, right? That you're always using. What's a crop that you're always adding extra feed to every year? Okay, petunias. So instead of doing that, put some CRF feed, put some CRF in the petunia mix. You can provide that base.
But I use the same mix for everything, and I have, you know, 50 or more different varieties.
Okay, I'm just trying to walk through some other potential.
That's what I'm saying, if there was that one, you're having a problem area where you are experiencing.
Yep.
Kelp goes from here, my identifiers that it's not getting enough feed.
Yep.
Oh,
So you've got a block, and however you want to treat that block, if it's going out with an injector and adding X for that block, if it's planting that block with a different substrate potentially that's been amended with CRF, those are all going to be options.
A huge distance in between that water room, you know, to where that greenhouse would be.
Yep,
You know,
to get it through the line.
A ton of water you have to feed out to just get to.
Yeah, so you absolutely could just come through with a supplemental part at the end.
Right.
Yep, that's absolutely what you could do.
And like Steve says, you know, I stay at 100 all year.
Yep.
You know, it's
I personally don't think.
I'll just add a little more fertilizer if I feel it's time to, instead of all that other getting so scientific and.
I understand. It's
leave it right there. And
Yep.
do what works for me.
No, if that works for you, absolutely do that. Other questions? Yes, ma'am.
So your geranium toxicity.
Yes.
On the leaves, would you cut back on your fertilizer?
Okay, so there's a couple of different things that you could look at. Sorry for all the clicking around. I'm not trying to mess with anyone. Oh wait, this one. So it depends what's causing it. If you have low micronutrients and you're getting that toxicity, you probably have low pH water.
Right.
So you've got to try and diagnose the actual cause of the problem first. Do you know what's causing your feed or your water?
Your alkalinity is about 70,
Yeah.
and so they're usually potentially acidic feed.
On top of it.
Yeah, so that's driving it down a little bit.
Yep. So right now at an alkalinity of 70, you're just above what we call plug quality water, which is great if you're growing plug, but for finish, it's actually kind of too low. So that's one where, again, you'd want to feed them differently on the back end, plant them into a mix that's got a higher lime rate. It just depends on how you want to treat that block. Do you want to treat that block before it's planted out with adjusting the substrate? Do you want to treat that block after it's planted out with a different fertilizer program? I'm not sure. Am I answering your question?
Well, and I think the water at Mary's has changed a little bit. That's the importance of testing your water every year before you start doing this.
I like at least 4 times a year.
Yeah.
At least every quarter.
Yeah. So I think the water at Nature's has changed just a little bit over the last maybe 2-3 years.
And the pass-through test.
The pour through?
The pour through.
Yep.
That when my wife and I took over the business that we did, that was the one thing we were told, do your pour through, Jordan.
So when it comes to pour through testing and water testing, it's kind of like me eating my wheat bran and my 10-grain cereal. Like, I'd rather be doing something else, but it's a long game that I'm playing here. And regular water testing, regular fertilizer testing, regular substrate testing is the best thing you can do because it cultivates mindfulness. So that's really useful. Does that help? Yes, ma'am.
I thought I could help her out because I went through the same thing. They said, help me, my alkalinity is 49. And so they basically did the lining from got me the So I have lined before I pot my geraniums in the soil. And I went with 13-13.
Blood special, yeah.
And that's taken care of.
Yep, and honestly, with 70, you should be using like almost a neutral fertilizer.
74.
Yeah, because we're in the same situation in Ames. We have very low alkalinity. We once had an alkalinity of 12. I measured it. I've got the data point. So you really want to avoid acidic feeds. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm curious, what kind of fertilizer do you use then for that?
So now we're using 21-5-17, but really now we're almost all straight up 15-5-15 now. Just because with alkalinity that low and the low basicity, the low potential basicity effect, 15-5-15 actually acts pretty neutral in such low alkaline water for us.
And after you've had a cocktail, we'll talk about that.
He's prying me for something.
Well, it'll drive it down right away with low alkaline water because of the source of potassium or source of phosphorus. You'll get it right out of the gate, a really hard, sharp pH down in your soil before it starts to
Come back up.
Yep. I've had it happen at 2 places, and that's what we maybe thought. So, or maybe I need a beer.
I also, you get weird stuff happening.
Yeah.
Other questions that you got, but I don't want to delay the program.
And we got social hour coming up after Carrie's talk, so we can continue
Great.
talking about that kind of stuff then. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
So real quick, like 5 minutes while Carrie gets set up.
He get talking and I go, it's like, I like this, some people not this. Steve. Steve, what did you say? You want me to
Oh, yep, I can.
Yeah.
So, enjoy the water. Figure out. Keep it on.
do something interesting again, and have it transportable, but not something that's going to be in every Walmart that you go past. All right. So you can buy these. This is a provider that we just picked up, and it's essentially supports that go inside your hanging basket. You do need to use a rigid hardwire hanger to put the top on. But the effect that it has is really interesting. So the one on the left is in my own little greenhouse, and that was something, we're in a very frugal market, rural with a lot of Amish pressure. And that was one, once it had grown up a little bit, that we were able to get about $125 for. So just by adding that particular component. The other thing that is kind of fun, as a climbing plant, has anyone grown this one before? It goes by a variety of names, some of them obscene, but this is rhodochiton, purple bells, all right? And this is actually a very fun plant. It's a climber, but it can also be a trailer. I split some of this with another customer of mine because it is something you have to do as a custom order. We have Wagner's do ours. Their minimum for a custom order is 3 trays. Rakers also does the same thing. I believe their custom order is 5 trays. I could be wrong on that. But so we got 3 trays of 50. And as they would get filled out, we put 3 to a basket. And as they would fill out and we put them out for sale, the customers would just eat them right up. So they'd never seen it before. You know, a very interesting plant. Now you can also do this one from seed. From what I've been told, it's a 12-week germ time. Kind of a pain in the butt. So it's much nicer to get a nice uniform tray or 3 trays from Wagner's and take them from there. These also do vine from birth, so don't put this in the far end of your greenhouse and forget about it, or you'll never get back there again. Begonias. So there's some new begonias that are on the market. Nonstop Joy has expanded their line to include the Joy Peaches and Cream. That's the picture in the top right. This was a very nice mix with large flowers. These were all about 5.5, some of them 6 inches across. Fire is the multicolored one that you see in the bottom corner. And then the Mocha Light Pink Shades is another new one. All of these have very large flowers, all of them upward facing, so good for baskets. They actually plant them in the ground at Rakers too, which I thought was interesting, just to see what kind of vigor they have and how they stand up to the elements. And these actually did quite well. Others kind of got beat to snap. Florencio Pink is a brand new variety that has come out. You're going to see this came from Syngenta, and it's at quite a few different suppliers. It's a nice one if you want to just try it. You can just get a few from Walberts in units of 25. Plant Peddler and Lucas also have them in that smaller tray size. These have an open flower. They are more upright than trailing, and this is what you would call a sun begonia. This is not your shade begonia. The sun begonias do very well in pots and hanging baskets, but just know that you're going to get the growth of like an impatient. Now with these, again, it's a pollinator. The little bee is having a good time in that flower. But with these, it's a good thing to sell to your basic consumer that kills everything that you give them. Have any of those? All right. So with this one, you water sparingly. Maybe in the heat of the summer, you'll probably water every other day, but this is a good one for consumers, especially if they have cabins and that type of thing, or if they're the type of consumer that pretty much kills everything you give them. Just tell them only water once or twice a week. Here's a double version of something similar. This one's called Poppy Peach. There's a lot of new begonias on the market right now. You'll find tons of them out there. This one had a really nice look to it, and the fact that you really couldn't see the foliage. The flowers were smaller though. These are about 3.5 inches across. And the only somewhat regional provider we have for that is DGI in a unit of 36. Begonia Groovy Mellow Yellow takes a very nice close-up. All right. From a distance, it's a little bit on the messy side, but we're getting more and more bright yellows coming into the market right now in the begonias. This again is the type that is more for sun than shade. and also a low water plant. And it got a nice drape to it. You can see that one is touching the ground. This was taken the last week in July, so it was relatively vigorous. Now this is a seed variety. We can get that from Rakers, Wagner's, and Q-Pack. I don't know how many people know this, but when you see Wagner's in a 50, that is actually a smaller plug size than a Wagner in a 70 tray. Okay, some people had that turned around last year, so I thought I'd mention that. But yeah, so this is another one to get some nice fun colors. This has got a definite trailing type, but again, more for sun. And then the bigs, I got ahead of myself. This one is Stonehenge Rose and Light Pink. Now, these were actually new last year. How many people tried them? Yeah, did you love them? Oh, okay. So this is one that hit the love category in our area. We saw them being put in large mass plantings. We saw them being put in large pots. And the whole concept behind this is that these get to be really big plants. This is a sun begonia, but it can also take full shade. We had some that were planted in large containers right next to our hospital with some alocasia and some banana plants. They got as tall as the banana plants. It was amazing. So these, if they have enough room to grow, will get 5 feet tall. If you want them in a smaller container, you can contain them. My 12.5-inch baskets, they got to about 2.5 by 2.5. They were a nice big plant. They finally went down in the frost about 5 days ago. So good sized flowers, about the size of my hand. So, but this one definitely fit the bill. It's hard talking people into begonias, but when you can get a consumer talked into begonias, they really don't want much of anything else. These will handle deer pressure, the squirrel pressure, and the other varmints that we've got running around. This is a good plant for that because they'll tolerate it. We also did put this out at the cemetery, but I always tell people if deer are starving, they could eat them. And the first day I sold some to someone, she came back and she said they ate every one. And it's like, so a lot of times in the early spring when they've kicked out their babies, the babies don't care what it tastes like. They just need to eat something. So they will eat them, but they don't hit their top 10 kind of food. So, but this one I would definitely look at. It was 1 in a 12-inch basket. So, and it filled out that 12-inch basket. There weren't a lot of
sun.
Yep.
It'll take full sun.
Full sun. Yep, full sun, and it will take shade as well. So, and that's part of why we were trying to use it in the cemeteries, because we had a lot of people telling us, well, the geraniums are fine, but with the amount of shade, what do we put? And that's something too. We actually, I've got a little retail greenhouse that I run as well. And in that little greenhouse, Boston ferns are fantastic in cemeteries. So this will be the 3rd year running that we put it in our shady cemetery. Deer don't eat them. You don't really need to water them as long as you've got some rain occasionally, and they really do well. So if you're looking for something shady for a cemetery, Boston ferns are really a good way to go. One new coleus this year, downtown Port Ferry. We're getting into more short coleus, and what's good about that is this downtown series you can put in hanging baskets. So, and a lot of people that have difficult areas with a lot of wind, that's a nice component to have. It's always got color. It has a really nice shape to it. So anything in that downtown series will work well in a hanging basket. The foliage just gets to where your hanger is, so it doesn't get in the way of the hanger. And they do really well. This is another one that if I've got a customer that I know is terrible about watering, I'll give them a coleus, so because they can survive pretty much anything they give them. Mini Me is a new one that PW came out with that's a similar color, and it was also short, but it was really fat, and it actually pushed things out of my containers. I didn't put a picture of it because it looks similar enough, but just know that if it's short doesn't mean it's always going to work. So the Mini Me actually was a little bit too aggressive. This was about right. So it filled the pots without pushing out everything else that was in with it. So last year, Sweet Talk was new to the industry, and I'm not going to say new to the industry. We actually had seen these about 10 years ago with Euro America. But last year they were introduced as a new seed item. This year, 4-Star and Pleasant View have picked up the whole line and given them all their own names. So you can see that the ones that are available on the bottom are the ones from PW. The ones up on top are coming from your seed sources and DGI. Now, what's nice about these is they really, really made a nice thriller in combination pots. But these need to be grown lean. Don't fertilize these too much or they'll get very floppy. This was also kind of one of our dry plants. We kept it on the dry side. And it is one too. When it was about 3 inches tall, we gave it a good hard pinch. And that made it branch more and made it a much better plant. The new colors that came out with 4-Star, that Vivid Violet is the third one in. That thing was fantastic. So we had a tremendously wet spring in Wisconsin and pretty much rained an inch every 2 days. And when all of the petunias were laying their molding, these were standing up and really putting on a show. After the first hard frost, they still hadn't gone down, so there's some potential there. And they also planted in the ground, made a really nice display. In a hanging basket, I want to go back to that. I thought I'd picture the hanging basket. These are not for hanging baskets, but in your floor pots, they get to be about 18 to 20 inches tall, and they make a really nice thriller. So. Okay, and the ugly. All right, so eucalyptus. This one is called Sticks. And that thing was as tall and as fat as me. So that was not a pretty plant. Natural Beauty and DS Cole have them. Now I say that and some people look at it and go, I know what I could do with that. So it is fragrant, so you will get the scent from it. And it does have a little bit more elongated leaf than some of the other eucalyptus, but they are all silver. So this would be an interesting plant. And the 50 strip is only sold at DS Cole, but it is something that you could play with. As far as drought tolerance, this one would definitely be drought tolerant. Miss Mandy, Mandy Jarrett was somebody that was in our industry, and she died suddenly while she was working for Syngenta, and they have named Dahlia after her. This is a very prolific dahlia with about 5.5 to 6 inch flowers on it. Very nice. The pictures in the books, when you get your catalogs this year, quite washed out in the book. In real life, it had a real vibrancy to it. So this was a nice large dahlia, and quite a few vendors have picked that up because it's coming from Syngenta. This one is new from Duman. It's a Hypnotica called Candy Corn. And Candy Corn with the Hypnotica series, these are a smaller growing dahlia. This is one that would be in your 4.5 inch pots instead of your 6. And with these, very striking, very prolific. So this is one that I would recommend. Now, the key with dahlias is when they're blooming, they sell. So make sure that you're getting these in, within that time period that they're going to be blooming. But you don't want to get them in too early, or you're going to have to do some supplemental lighting. If you don't do supplemental lighting, you can get tuber formation. But after the 15th of March, or right in that time frame, the 2 weeks before is also usually okay. Then you can get some really nice blooms on them. Now, anytime you're getting the Hypnoticas and they're bicolor like this, just know during the summer, the flower size does shrink a touch, all right? It gets large again once the heat of the summer is over. This year, we did not have a lot of warm nights, so we didn't see the shrinkage, but just know with the bicolors, we do tend to see that if we've got high night temperatures. Gomphrena Ping Pong Purple. So there is no Ping Pong Rose this year, but we've had quite a few people that are asking about cut flowers and preserving flowers. This is a good one for that. The seed varieties are good too, but these have much larger flowers. And you can see they make a much larger plant. So you actually get enough of a stem on here that you can make them functional for the different flower arrangements. Sunfinity has been a very nice sunflower. But the one thing with Sunfinity is it needed a pinch at the 4th node to keep it compact. Otherwise, it would get very stringy and thin. What they've got now is a new one called Double Yellow that doesn't need as much pinching. I still would do that 4th node, but I don't think you need to do any follow-up after that. These are very forgiving of dry soils. Not so much in the greenhouse. They'll tell you they need water, but after watching these for the entire season, we started drying out 8 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, not a drop, and everything in the garden started to die off, and these have continued on. They put on a tremendous root system, and this is a plant that I wouldn't put in a small pot in the greenhouse unless you really like to water. You can see the difference between the two. So the first Sunfinity is on the left, and you can see the new Sunfinity double on the right. And you can just, it's very obvious. And every place that we went, this was not an isolated case. The growth habit is much thicker and denser. Now, the other thing that was nice is these did not get any type of a mildew or any type of gray mold like we had seen in some of the different other sunflowers that were out there. So that's a nice benefit. And these also took off very quickly once you got them in a larger container. This lobelia is gorgeous. I have not been a fan of lobelia for a few years, but the last 3 years now we've had cool night temperatures and they have been fantastic. It hasn't just been them, it's been all of them. Again, it seems to be a night temperature issue. With the cooler nights, we get nice lobelia. But I thought this one was particularly attractive. This is in a large 18-inch pot, and you can see it's really got some nice round growth habit to it. This is the Compact Blue Bay. This is from Selecta. The one in the bottom right corner is Stratus Blue, which is the Syngenta version of that. But the multiple toning in it with the variegated flowers, very pretty. Unlike the one that they introduced when it looked like thrips, and this is a much nicer variety. Okay, the other thing, when we go to these different trials, it's been very nice that when we go to MAST, they will give us a guide that is for every single mixed pot that they grow. That being said, they give each of them a number, and then they list out the varieties that are in it, and they stick one of those labels in each and every pot at their trial. I recommend if you get time and really want a nice vacation where you're seeing product, so you can write it off on your taxes, to visit MAST and Rakers and some of the others on that Michigan trial, because just the sheer ideas alone is worth the trip. So now I take a picture of each and every one of these pots. I do put this on a website. I put it actually on my Facebook page on files. The Facebook page is called Flower Feature, and you can see every single different mixed container that they put on through MAST. This year, Pell also did a very nice show with theirs, and so did, who am I forgetting, DGI. So, and then if you want that list, I do have it in an Excel program, an Excel file that I can email to you. So here's another one of the deco pots. This one was actually at DGI. But again, it's nice to see what the different things that may have disappeared out of here, This had some San Vitalia in it at one point. Don't know where it went, but, so it's good to see what's going to survive through the whole season in that combo. This is another one that had Euphorbia euphoric white, which is normally very vigorous. You tell me. So it was a good lunch for that plant. Also had some bacopa in it, which was never to be seen again. So, but it's good when you're looking for ideas. And I'm sure when you're putting your mixed compost together, it's a nice winter project, and you're looking for recipes. And I know when I'm doing mine, I'll look down and go, oh, everything is red, yellow, and blue again, and then I'll get my plants in the spring, and I've got, I've got, Beale Street for my coleus, So it's a good way to utilize what you've got coming in. They also do window boxes, so this one was particularly attractive. Here's one of the things that hasn't quite panned out. So some of you may have received the samples that I sent out this spring. One of them was the Deco Max Pink. Very, 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 very vigorous petunia. I had to cut it back twice before I could finally get the samples mailed out. With this one, they said that this is going to be the replacement for the PW Vista Pink. Now, what I found is it tended to do the typical deco thing. Deco tends to be more of a horizontal grower. So it did finally drop, and then it was pretty, but before that happened, most of my customers have gone. So I think if you are going to use this as a replacement for Vista Pink or Vista Bubblegum, you'll want to back up that date a little bit and I don't know, train it, beat it, whatever you have to do to get it to go down. So, Capella Rim Raspberry was also a very nice variety, large flowers, good flower cover, but it's also very similar to another new one this year called Painted Love Purple. How many people tried this one this year? Yeah. Did you love it?
Yeah.
Okay, so this was one that was in the sample pack. We do have sample packs that just have hit right now through Plant Peddler. If you're interested in getting a sample pack, I don't know what's in it yet, but it was just released overnight to us. So but the sample packs are a great way to get an idea of what's going to be fun for next year. They've got 50 of each variety in those sample packs, so you can really get a good taste of what they're going to be like in the baskets as well as on the bench. Now this was interesting too. This is Petunia Raised Shadow, which is in the left corner, and then the Surfinia Heavenly Blackberries and Cream. All of these companies are breeders that are competing against each other to come up with similar products so that you buy, from one or the other. With this one, you can see they're very similar. The Surfinia should have a more aggressive habit. However, what I found in the trials and with my own plant is it did not actually have an aggressive habit. It ended up getting eaten up in all of my combos, while the Raid Shadow actually was the more aggressive one. So this is some of what you need to know when you're putting your combos together, because otherwise you could have just wasted all of that money. So I don't have a lot of PW slides in here, and I'm sorry. But they did have one fantastic one that was completely underrepresented in their catalog. This one is the Super Tunia Pink Tiara. This was gorgeous, and it actually had a 3-foot trail to it. That's some Angelonia Super White in with it. That was an amazing plant. When it first came in, they sent me samples of just the plugs, just the liners, and it didn't have any tags with it. But on the tray, they named it Vista Pink Tiara and Vista Blue Tiara. So I got a little excited and planted them, and they did grow like your bubble gum. I mean, they took right off. This one is the blue here. The blue's got a little bit lighter eye than that picture showing, but both of them took off and really, really performed well. So these two in the PW book this year, this one is going to look like a very faded out pink, and it's not. It's a very vibrant. All right, and then the difference that a year could make. So 2 years ago at trials, we looked at the Petunia Arizona Sky for the first time. It's on the left-hand side, and it looked like mud. So we'd look at it, and depending on if it was a cloudy day, it looks even muddier. On a sunny day, it looks pretty good, but not that great. Then this year, we go in a whole different season, and there it is at its full potential. So just keep in mind too that sometimes depending on your growing situation, the amount of fertilizer pretty much stays the same. These are both taken at mass. So a lot of this just had a lot to do with temperature differences and the amount of rain that we got. So this was another one that was new this year. It's also Ladeco. I have a feeling they're probably going to change the classification of this one because the flower size was so small. This one really looked a lot more like a Calibrachoa than it did a Petunia. It had a beautiful growing habit. It is a little bit more lavender than what this picture is showing. This looks a lot more rosy than what mine looked like in person. They had a little bit more lavender hue, but you can find those everywhere. Very, very fast grower, very full grower, and that one I would really recommend. And then this one, I said, this is the ugliest plant I've ever seen. And I stand by that. So, but I have certain customers that like to irritate me. I mean, like to challenge me. And they brought this one in, and I got a call from one of them this spring. I brought in 25. I should have brought in 250 because I sold every one of them. Okay. I give up. So I still stand by what I said, because with this one, it does have serious gaps in it. So as it's growing, you'll see quite a few open spaces on it. This I thought was a good idea though. They've actually combined it with a verbena that fills in those gaps. Now verbena and this particular petunia compete very well together. This petunia and other petunias, not so much, all right? It's not a terribly strong plant. Do I love it now? No. All right, so Durabella has upped their game. This is going to be similar to the ones that bring you confettis and quicks and trixies. Durabella is another one from another breeder that has come up with their own mixes. In the past, they've been extremely boring, but this year they got a lot better. So the one that you're seeing here for the yellow is Petunia Ray Sunshine. So I've had probably 4 different texts this fall saying, okay, I don't want to do a certain breeder. What do you have for a good yellow? So, and the Petunia Ray Sunshine is not as easy to find, but it definitely has that same intensity of yellow. In with it is the Purple Gem Cascadia. And again, these would be 50 counts typically. Portulaca Pizzazz Nano. These flowers were huge. These were about 3 inches across, never quit blooming. They supposedly are not supposed to close at night. They do, but not as bad as some of the others. And these you can find at DGI, Lucas, and Welby. But those had a really nice color to them, and actually started blooming sooner than the others that were out there. Now, I always knew that Scaevola was a dry plant type of a plant. So if you've got water issues, Scaevola was always your best bet because it could take drying out. I did not know that they loved water. So this spring, when the petunias looked so bad, these were going wild, and all of the Scaevola, it didn't matter what series it was in, looked beautiful and had good coverage and trailed. This one is a new one called Capello White, and this one's very good for upright containers. I wouldn't put this in a basket because it just doesn't grow fast enough for that. But for on the bench, it gives you the height that we're missing right now with some of the other varieties that we're using on the bench. Good sized flowers on it. And this one would be easy to sell compared to the white that we're working with now. Just know that it's not going to trail like a Bombay or something like that. And Sturdiva Fashion Pink, this was an effect of temperature. So since we were so cool at night, we were getting a lot of variegation in the flowers. When we finally had a week of warm temperatures, then they went to all rose. But this is actually what we were seeing for most of the year this year with that particular Scaevola due to the cooler temps. So, and this one has been around, but they have improved it, a little bit more trailing capacity than it's had in the past. Sedums are getting popular in some areas. This is a new line that they've come out with. They actually have, I believe, 6 different colors in the line. Selecta's done the picking, and they're the propagator for these. This one's variegated with a rosy rose flower, and it's called Flora Luna. But they've got several colors. Now, hardiness on these, when we met with the breeder, they said they are considered a zone 5, but with snow cover, they'd be okay as a zone 4. We were looking at it for some of the different container ideas to mix in with succulents or that type of thing. And if you need a little good luck, we also work with a company doing the trifolium. DGI, Powell, and Swift are all carrying the 4 Lux series. There's 4 colors in that series. There's a much deeper burgundy colored one, a lighter green. So, but this is kind of fun to sell for St. Patrick's Day. And then Vinca Nirvana. This was also in the sample pot. This was blackberry. One thing I noticed with it, the consumers liked that black color. What I didn't like about it is I pretty much killed every one that I had. So with the amount of water that we were getting, it just couldn't keep up. So the Catharanthus, though, if you get Catharanthus, which is the same thing, it's a vinca, But the Cantharanthus from Wagner's, the Titans did very well, even with the water issue. And then the ones from Suntory from Alberts also did very well. All right, this handsome gentleman is Harold Walters. So you'll see on your table are some of his succulents. Harold Walters is 96 years old, so, and still going at it. So when we were in Michigan, they are close to DGI and Walters Gardens. They're a distant relative of Walters, the ones that own Walters Gardens. And Harold and his wife used to be the ones that would propagate all the plants and make all the combos. And she passed away a few years ago now, but he's in there every day planting. So now the elderly abuse, if he was the only one planting, he's got a nice staff that keep the place going. But he's a real nice treat to talk to. And any day that you stop in there, he's probably there. So he also lives on site to that greenhouse. Some new things from Walters, Harold Walters, is they've got some new containers, as you can see there. They've also started to get into some more. Every year they're adding new varieties. So this is a mini jelly bean on the left-hand side that isn't supposed to drop its beans so much. If you've ever had jelly beans in the past, you'll always have jelly beans under your bench. So, and a new Echeverria. He's also going big into cactus. The people that work there have free reign to find different things and to bring them in and see if they can get them to propagate. And Dale is the one that I deal with the most there. And he's bringing stuff in from Texas and Arizona and overseas. And so this is some of the ones that he's come up with. They also have some new animal characters for their pots this year. And what I thought Dale was sending me is on the left-hand side. Instead, we got the single pots, but what he's doing now is doing 3 cuttings in a 3.5-inch pot, similar to what's on your table. And so you can bring those in FedEx. Anything that's in 3.5 or under, he will FedEx. It's a 2-tray minimum with a 3.5-inch. 3 trays actually fit a little bit better in a box. He is very inexpensive. So, but what was nice with these is if you do have some of that smaller pottery, you drop them right in that smaller pottery, and you've got a way to sell some of those small pots that come in the assortments that you buy. Very nice to work with, very low minimums, and he will ship on a pallet as well as FedEx. All right, Mandevilla. Now I know that a lot of us like this plant, but it's kind of hard to get. We actually are working with a couple of different growers right now that are going to be getting it up into this area. So if you're interested in getting finished material, we are going to have finished tropicals coming in, I believe, to Tim. Yeah, what? You. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. So we'll have them as far as Battle Lake so far, but we're going to keep working on that as well. So if you're interested in getting finished tropicals, let me know. I knew you were paying attention.
Yeah, we did talk about it.
So, but what's nice is they'll come in on your own rack. So they'll arrive to Tim on a rack, and then the material that's on that rack is yours. So you don't have to worry about anyone taking the plants that you've ordered. So one thing that's brand new this year is Fired Up Orange. This is a Mandevilla. Now, when you get Mandevilla from Florida, one thing that is changing is whether it is a Diplodenia or a Mandevilla, they are now all called Mandevilla. All right, I learned this the hard way. You don't have to. So, so with this one, this is a Mandevilla from Suntory breeding called Fired Up Orange. Very nice plant. It does look a little bit wiry. That's the term that they put to it. So these they're going to have on trellises so that it looks like it's supposed to be wiry, and that's going to be fun. The other one, Peach Sunrise, was new last year. Very big flowers on that. And Mobulus. Looks like it has thrips, but it actually was a very good grower and a very attractive plant. This one is called Double Blush Pink. Now, all of these you can get in units of 21 as a large plug as well. We use a company called Sunfire, and it's a nice big 21 that you pop into your containers. When I did my hanging basket, I put 3 to a basket for a 12-inch, and I didn't need to do that many. So you can get away with fewer than that. The biggest key when you're growing mandevilla on your own is don't overwater it. If it looks like it isn't growing for some reason, check the weight of that pot because it's probably drowning, all right? Yeah, also, if you have a bottom heat source, that makes them grow a lot faster. If you do have people, or if you have a situation where you water everything the same, mix more perlite in with your soil mix then, so that it's able to maintain more dryness around the roots. And this is the big one everyone's talking about. This is Bluephoria. The first blue that's on the market. The one on the left is what I got as a plug. And you can see this one's got a nice round habit to it. So these we're selling as hanging baskets finished. Beautiful color. There is a lot of orange actually in the throat of it. So it's a little bit unique that way. The one that is the standard picture put out by Suntory is the one in the middle. As the flowers age, they become more that color. When they're fresher, they're a little bit more lavender. And that's it. So, and so any of those pictures that I'll let you leave me a card or just let me know your email and I'll get you a copy of this presentation. But to see any of those pictures of the combos that I described, if you go on the Facebook page and under photos, you should be able to see all of them in the file named Mass and BGI. So, any questions? Well, you guys were easy. All right, thank you.
A couple quick things. I'd be remiss if we didn't thank Ruthie. She put all this together, did all the work, did all the food, did everything. So thanks very much, Ruthie. And there are refreshments outside. Sit around, visit a while. We've got more raffles to do. We'll do that while we're everybody's kind of visiting and having cocktails. So thanks again for coming, you guys. We really appreciate it. Couldn't do it without you.
And if you want a succulent to take home, feel free to take one off the table. So anything that is plant just without just a fall.
Oh, okay.